Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting a moment here while we get in the last few speakers, and we will start the meeting shortly. Board members, you should all have co-host status, and in a moment we'll let you know that you can take your cameras live. So if board members would like to go ahead and take their cameras on, we should be able to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Michael, for helping get those last folks in the room. Good morning. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. Today is Tuesday, July 7th. It is 9:31, and I would like to call this meeting to order. Joining me today are Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Sean McGuire. Assisting us today on staff are Executive Staff Janine Townsend, Clerk of the Board, our Executive Director Eileen Sobek, Chief Counsel Michael Loffer, two Chief Deputies Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, and assisting our Clerk of the Board today is Margie Argel. I want to remind everyone that this meeting is obviously being webcast and recorded. In order to comply with the governor's emergency orders and limitations in gatherings, our board meeting and board meetings have been virtual, and for the time being will continue to be virtual. So as you know, when we come to receiving presentations, we'll be using the platform here today. Most of you may be joining us customarily on the live web stream from the Cali EPA website. That's fine if you don't intend on commenting today, but if you do, please do send an email, and you should have seen on the instructions on the website for today's notice for the board meeting. But if you didn't, you can send an email to the clerk now at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov and include speaker comment and the agenda item in the subject of the line of the email. And the clerk of the board will get you the Zoom meeting information and password information to get onto the platform. Once you are called up to speak, please do speak clearly into the microphone, into the phone if you're calling in by phone, and please do state your name and your affiliation. With that being done, I think we're ready to go on to public forum, which is time for the board to receive any comment from the public on an agenda item that is not before us today. It looks like we have about 3 public commenters, and so would like to turn it over to Janine to call up, I think, Todd Mitchell.
That's correct. And Chair Esquivel, this is Michael Loffer. Before we begin, I just wanted to flag, and this is so people can think about their particular answers. We have at least 2 individuals who flagged public forum, but it appears that they want to speak on alternative items. So Jacob Graham and then also Mr. Frank Clark. We will be calling you up on public forum, but when we take your microphone live, if you really just wanted to speak on one of the later items on the agenda, let us know at that point in time. So our first speaker, as Chair Esquivel just indicated, will be Mr. Mitchell. And at this point in time, Mr. Mitchell will be asking you to share your video feed and unmute your microphone.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you for your time this morning. Although it's not an agenda item for today, I would like to speak to you regarding the draft California 2020 to 2025 non-point source program implementation plan. As one of numerous potentially affected stakeholder agencies in the state, I'm sharing a concern on behalf of not only the Ventura Port District, but also other coastal cities, ports, and harbors. At this time, the non-point source program implementation 5-year plan has a draft available for public comment. This has been a project that the State Water Board and Coastal Commission have been working on for several years, and the availability of the draft plan on the website as of June 15th does not seem to have been well circulated to the stakeholders, and comments are already due next Monday. The lack of outreach has left many stakeholder agencies, such as my own, with inadequate time to conduct any sort of meaningful review of the 118-page plan and provide constructive comments, which many agencies, such as mine, will require outside consultants to advise on the impacts and provide recommendations. I've been asked to share that the California Association of Harbor Masters and Port Captains echoes these concerns regarding the timeline, and also as a member of the California Marine Affairs and Navigation Conference, I can echo the concerns from that group's perspective as well. So therefore, I have 3 requests for consideration. I would request the board consider extending the comment period. I would also request the board direct staff to prepare a public presentation for the benefit of the stakeholders, summarizing the plan at some future board meeting hopefully prior to the close of the comment period. And finally, if possible, I would request the board consider directing staff to provide comment on the numerous comment letters received in 2016 and 2018 regarding copper and metals TMDLs for Newport Bay, where I discovered a disparity of views and concerns expressed in those letters and how those might impact stakeholders being added through the new program expansion and how those concerns have or will be addressed. I can provide this, or I will provide this to the clerk in writing so that it can be added to the minutes if that's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I appreciate the requests and the flags. And if there's a feeling that there wasn't enough outreach to the communities, we always do, particularly with our Office of Public Participation, continuing to gain further resources, trying to make sure that we have rollouts, particularly of drafts, that ensure that there is that touch point with staff. I won't commit to a future board meeting at this moment for an item, but would say at the very least what needs to occur is for staff to provide that forum and opportunity to walk through, discuss. Perhaps it's at a point for us to discuss here at the board. I can chat further with fellow board member colleagues and staff around that. On the extension of public comment, on the period for public comment, I would see that is an easy thing that we could do to provide a little more time, but don't want to overcommit staff, I guess, on that. Unless, Mr. Bishop, you had a comment otherwise right now, but otherwise we can get back to staff and circle back with you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my one request is, I assume, though I haven't seen it, there has been a request for an extension of comments. If not, could he actually submit one to us before the end of the comment period so that we can take a look at that?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Escobar, and also Deputy Director. If I can submit that, I can do that as a comment.
We may have lost Mr. Mitchell here a moment. We'll see if his connection will reconnect in a moment here. And if we don't gain back Mr. Mitchell here, what we'll commit to is, again, if Mr. Mitchell you're able to hear, but we'll circle back with you either way. Just do submit a formal request for an extension of the public comment period, and that way it can just start to go through the process with staff. You certainly have my opinion here as to the acceptableness of that, so we can go from there. Any last thought that you wanted to add, Mr. Mitchell? I think we have you back here.
Yes, I'll definitely submit a comment requesting an extension, and I believe the Harbor Masters and Port Captains are doing the same.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate you addressing us and flagging this issue for us this morning.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay. Well, then we're on to our next public commenter, which again, Mr. Lawfer flagged that both Mr. Graham, Jacob Graham, and Mr. Frank Clark may actually be looking to speak on an actual agenda item. So Mr. Graham?
Hi, my apologies. I actually don't have a comment.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Graham, just to provide some clarity, do you have comments on any of the other agenda items?
No comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have Mr. Frank Clark.
And Mr. Clark, hold on one moment and we'll ask you to share your video and unmute. And again, it was unclear whether you wanted to speak on the Blooming Camp item only or if you also wanted to speak in the public forum, which would be on items that are not on the board's agenda.
Just want to speak on the Blooming Camp item, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. We'll get you back up when we have item 5 up.
Thank you.
Thank you both. With public forum then complete, we're on to our first item, which is adoption of the board meeting minutes from the previous meeting, and I'll entertain a motion.
Before we do that, let me just Mr. Smith, we've confirmed only wants to speak on Blooming Camp. Okay. Then you're good to proceed, board members.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laffer. We'll proceed and would entertain a motion for board meeting item number 1, the previous meeting, board meeting minutes.
I'll move to adopt the board meeting minutes under item 1.
I'll second.
Thanks. Ms. Townsend, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
You as well. Motion carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Next, we'll move on to item number 2, which is an informational item and an update on the board's actions and activities around COVID-19 response. First, hand it off to Executive Director Sobek. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. We're going to have a short presentation that Mr. Gomberg is going to present. I did just want to say that since we are having a resurgence of COVID cases in the state, we are continuing to advise all of our employees, if they can, to continue to work from home. That the number of people in at least the state board facilities in Sacramento, in the Cal EPA building, is hovering around 10% of employees in the building, and we are not trying to up that number. If people can work effectively at home, we really want to keep it that way. There are very strict protocols. If there are any COVID cases, there have been 2 cases in the Cal EPA building that did not involve state board personnel, but obviously is of interest to anybody who does work in the building. And the appropriate information has been set out to all employees in the buildings. So we will keep our fingers crossed that the number of cases is low and the people who are infected are monitored and do well, we hope. But we are, if anybody believes we aren't able to do our jobs remotely, please let us know. But in the meantime, I think this is just a continued caution that we're not out of the woods yet, and that we have dual goals of preserving this, minimizing the risk and preserving the safety of our employees and members of the public with whom we interact, but continuing to do our jobs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Max for a short presentation.
Thank you, Eileen. Can you all hear me? Good. Okay. So good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members, Max Gomberg. I'm going to give a brief presentation on our efforts to implement the governor's executive order from April, really directing us to support to the best of our ability, water systems and customers as we all navigate this very challenging pandemic and economic crisis. If the clerk could pull up the presentation, great, and advance one slide. So if you'll recall, the executive order had a paragraph directing the board to issue guidelines and to work with systems and customers to try to minimize impacts. So we've done a few things since then. I reported last month that we developed a questionnaire looking specifically at impacts to water system revenues and equipment and supplies and personnel. And I'll talk a little bit about the responses we've got to that questionnaire in a minute. And that questionnaire is still open, and we'll be requesting monthly updates from systems that have updates to give. What is new is the second bullet you see. We got this website up for anyone to report any issues they were having with shutoffs or restoration of service or payment plans. What we've now been able to do is we've got a function to translate the text on that website into Spanish, so that people whose primary language is Spanish can access that website and use it. In addition, we've got a 1-800 number in development so that people can make a toll-free call and speak to one of our staff in Spanish and explain any issue they may be having. And as we move forward with development of these and get them rolled out, we'll be conducting outreach to the media and to stakeholder organizations to make sure we get the word out about this. We had received some reports that there might have been some communities in the Valley and elsewhere that weren't aware that we had made this website available, this reporting website. So we have that going on now. And I do want to give a big thank you to Adriana Renteria, the head of our Office of Public Participation, for really working with our information technology department and with our media shop with George Kostirko and staff to make this happen. And then the other new thing to report on is the last bullet. We've got a questionnaire that we've developed with our water quality division that is very similar to the one we developed for drinking water systems. And that one should be going out actually later today to all the wastewater systems in the state so that we can begin to get a handle on what the impacts we're seeing on the wastewater side are as well. And again, to note, with both these questionnaires, what we're really trying to do is look at what is the actual data coming in over the past now several months since the emergency orders went into effect in terms of revenue, reduction in usage, impacts, again, in terms of supplies and personnel. So that's really the purpose, is to inform our response, mutual aid efforts, and any potential additional funding opportunities. Next slide. So in terms of the drinking water questionnaire, what you see on the map here is the distribution of the responses we've received thus far. We've received 56 individual responses from water systems, which is, I think, a little lower than all of us would have liked at this point, a month in. But what you can see is that we have fairly good geographic distribution in terms of where the responses are coming from. And so it's hard to extrapolate impacts across the state from 56 responses, but what I can say is we have fairly good distribution, both in terms of size and geography. Next slide. What you see here is sort of the key metric we asked for, which is the reduction in revenue this year as opposed to what it was during the same period or the same billing period last year. And what you can see on these graphs, and on the left is large water systems over 1,000 connections, and on the right is small water systems under 1,000. What you can see is, for the most part, the revenue losses to date are not tremendous. They're in that below 10% range. Now, of course, with 56 responses, we don't know if this is, again, something we can extrapolate or not. But in terms of what we've gotten, it's only a small number of systems that are experiencing revenue losses above 10%, where we're really beginning to get worried. This, again, could be because we're still early in terms of the overall economic impacts and what people are able to pay and usage declines. But this is an early snapshot of what we can see, again, based on the responses we've received, which may or may not be, similar to what is happening over the rest of the state's roughly 2,900 community water systems. Next slide. In terms of the other impacts to workforce and supplies, again, we have a handful of systems reporting that they are having personnel issues. Most of the systems said they have implemented different strategies in terms of reducing risk to their staff to maintain operations. But you can see then down below, there are, again, a small but significant number of systems saying, hey, we're probably going to need some support. We are experiencing shortages in supplies and equipment. So that's something to keep an eye on. And of course, through our drinking water division, we're coordinating with the Office of Emergency Services when and where needed. And of course, the big uncertainty is what will the continued trajectory look like relative to bill payment as the economic crisis continues. Next slide. So what we're going to try to do here is a monthly update so that as we do get additional responses, and I do hope we get additional responses to this survey, we can report on any trends that are developing, what additional data is showing us. And certainly, Chair Esquivel, we reached out to the water system associations and asked for a better response rate. I think we need to continue that outreach. And then also I wanted to note at the second August board meeting, we will be providing you all with an update on the electronic annual report that all of the state's drinking water systems submit. That report will have valuable information in it because it provides information on what was happening in 2019, pre-emergency in terms of shutoffs, development of policies to prevent shutoffs and issue or offer payment plans and customer support. Also financial data that we'll be asking for going forward that will inform our work on the SAFER program and an overall redesign of this report to make it easier for systems to complete and to make the data more accessible and transparent. So that'll be coming up at the second August board meeting. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Max. Really appreciate the good work that's gone on to develop the survey, continue to work with the agencies. I'm very sympathetic that there are a tremendous amount of pressures on our water districts right now, as we know, because of the COVID response, because of the economic downturn, and just so much of the space that we find ourselves in. And so these requests for information, these voluntary and or mandatory in the case of the yearly electronic report, I know come at resource, and that for the thousands of water agencies in the state that we are requesting this information from, it can seem burdensome. And so I want to sympathize with that, but acknowledge that these data points are incredibly important, particularly when it comes to the state, our programs continuing to reflect and be prepared to adjust and accommodate, again, I think the real need that we saw, I'll say, before the COVID-19 response. As we know, with 1 million Californians without access to clean and safe drinking water, and the pressures and the number of people that may grow into if this economic downturn continues to deepen, and we find ourselves with water agencies being unable to meet the goal of providing clean, safe, affordable drinking water. So just want to acknowledge and thank the participation of those agencies that have responded, and encourage those that haven't to take a few moments to maybe provide a little data so that we as a state can continue to best respond and ultimately together, and that's what this effort is, is that continuum of effort from the local side up through the state and through the feds to do right by what are the most critical systems that we have, our drinking water and our wastewater systems in the state. So just thank you, Max, for the work and the update. Look forward to further update, and don't have any question now other than to just commit myself to continuing to do the outreach and help people understand how we're doing best on our side to not over ask, to make it easy to respond. And again, that includes the systems and the yearly electronic report itself and how people report to it, how that iterates, and again, how we do best, and to ensure that we save people time, but really get these core data that make us able to make better decisions in this entire space. Any questions from fellow board members or thoughts, though?
Questions? So thank you, Mr. Gomberg. This is really informative, even though the numbers aren't high enough yet. Hopefully they'll increase. The one area that seems to stand out, though, is the small systems where there appears to be a bit of an impact, and some of the smalls, a significant impact of over 30%. And so what concerns me, though, is that there doesn't seem to be a great deal of participation in certain areas of the state, the San Joaquin Valley, maybe the Inland Empire. And these are areas where we would probably see quite a few disadvantaged communities. And so just wondering about any outreach in particular with disadvantaged communities in an attempt to better hone in and identify, would those systems be similar to what you're seeing here on the small communities, or perhaps would the impacts be greater? So wanting to hear about outreach efforts and anything we can do, maybe with some of the NGOs to assist us in obtaining that information.
Absolutely. So in terms of initial outreach, we did meet with the major associations in the state that represent water systems, and that included the Association of Mutual Water Companies, which represent many of the smaller systems in the state, including in the areas you mentioned, in the San Joaquin and the Inland Empire and the deserts of Southern California. And they did do a good job at getting the message out to their membership. They took it to heart. So I think, we do have some responses from those smaller systems that do indicate some concern, as we would expect, given that smaller systems have generally less reserves, oftentimes are in disadvantaged communities. And anecdotally, we have heard from some people saying, hey, we're all hurting. All 150 customers in the system, we're all in a bad place. And so, again, I think our challenge here is to, as you said, try to work with community organizations, technical assistance providers, others, to really get the word out further so we get an even better picture, because there have been efforts to try to secure additional funding to make sure that we don't have systems that are headed towards failure. And we really want to get a handle on the magnitude. So I would very much agree, Vice Chair Diadamo, that we need to redouble our outreach efforts and try to reach some of the smaller systems that haven't been fully captured yet.
On the note of smaller systems, if I may, just really quick, I know RCAC, I think, was it that did some specific kind of rural water system analysis. Do you know which systems they touched in California, and is there some overlap or potential to pull in some of their data there?
Yeah, so the rural water did a national look. And I don't, off the top of my head, know which systems in California were respondents as part of that national survey. So that's something I can look for and get back to you all with that information.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Max.
Yeah, I wanted to just add on, and I fully agree. I think that the data that we have isn't representative yet, and I really want to make sure that we are aggressively trying to ensure that as a state we have adequate information to be able to, not just ensure implementation of this executive order and COVID-19, but also make sure that there's adequate access to drinking water provision in the state, and there aren't systems that are on the verge of not being able to provide service as this emergency continues and the economic impacts continue to, I think, worsen and be seen. This is a real threat to not only households, but certainly drinking water systems, which are essential in our state. And so this kind of data, I think, is vital. We certainly don't have a representative sample yet. I think it's, even at 56 out of 3,000 or so is, 1% or so of systems. And like Vice Chair Diadamo mentioned, it is, not yet representative. So of the different types of systems, geography, I think it's nice to see this spread and that there are both small systems and large systems, but I hope that we can be working even more aggressively with our partners to, collectively ensure that we have a better representative picture in the state. And then, really think about how we as a state board and regulatory agency ensure that the provision of drinking water due to this financial crisis and, health emergency isn't threatening the, viability and ability to provide these sort of essential services for water systems. So certainly that includes not just shutoffs, but, the other information that we include in our survey around just understanding financial impact. And so appreciate these efforts. I really hope that we can do a lot more collectively. I did want to just note, because I'm really looking forward to the information item on the electronic annual report. I think that's a critical source of information for the state to understand a lot of these issues. I know that our agendas tend to be packed, so I'm not sure, defer to the chair and staff on how to, manage the agenda items. I would be interested to hear also, not just from staff on an update of this, but also just how water agencies and other groups are, working to help ensure that this kind of reporting mechanism is successful and improved and providing adequate information in an effective way that isn't too burdensome, but is also sufficient for us to be able to do our job and for the state to be able to understand, the conditions of drinking water across the state.
Great, thank you, board member. Is board member McGuire, any comment or points?
Let's see. Well, I think most of my comments were covered by the other board members, but I do greatly appreciate all the work that's being done here. Obviously, I agree with the sentiment that we don't really know where we are right now in the COVID pandemic in terms of the financial impacts that water systems are currently experiencing and maybe experiencing down in the future. So it's good to be proactive here and to continue the push to collect the information so we can figure out how we can help as the board make sure that these water systems, small or large, I think the concerns for me span across all of our 3,000 public water systems and what we can do and what we ought to do to help. And then just I guess a note on the water shutoff data. I greatly appreciate the expansion of that information into Spanish and providing the 1-800 number. I think those types of tools will help, broaden our ability to receive input from the public. I would be interested if you don't have the data now, maybe at the next report in August, to hear, kind of how many inquiries we've been getting. The last I heard, there weren't a lot. And so I am interested to hear updates on that as to, whether that number is growing or we're getting a better sense for, how that's going, or if there are folks who are struggling getting their service connections reconnected so that they can have safe drinking water and for sanitation purposes. So anyway, I just wanted to flag that for the next report, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll definitely provide an update on that at the next report. The brief answer is we really haven't gotten a whole lot more, which I think really was the impetus to make sure we got the information out there in Spanish. And really we need to sort of step up our outreach. I'm not sure how widely known it is that these reporting options exist.
Great, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Max. And thank you, board members, for the comments and thoughts. I agree that the continued collection of data, the turning of that data into information and making good decisions off of it, both for our programs and for the state, is what we're trying to strive at. Here, obviously, this is just a voluntary survey in this space when it comes to the evolving impacts of COVID-19, but there is a mandatory in the yearly electronic report. I think it's that continuum of data gathering that the board undertakes and does undertake in a voluntary or mandatory capacity that we can look at as simply a body of information. And I think we need to improve our processes and how we engage in all of that and the continuum around it. I'll flag that because of AB 1755 and the Open Water Data Act, there is also a sort of a private partnership, public partnership in the form of a water data consortium that's standing up that I know is going to be looking and interested in facilitating a discussion around streamlining of the submittal of data. So there's ways I think that perhaps there's an item out there ready to have some discussion around data and how we best collect and do so in a way that reduces costs for systems, but really does get at the core of what we're trying to do here is make better decisions off of better information. And so we'll talk further, I think, on perhaps an agenda item and the timing of that. I think I'm looking forward to Max's continued updates in this voluntary survey, and then maybe trying to bridge, again, how we kind of see it as a continuum of activity that needs a lot of trust and a lot of discussion back and forth. It's hard with over 3,000 water agencies in the state to be able to have a real kind of direct, cogent conversation around that sometimes, but it's what we'll continue to be committed to doing. So I appreciate that. So thank you, Max. Thanks for the update. And with that, we'll move on to our next informational item, which is an update on current hydrologic conditions. I'll flag that Vadim Demchuk, who is usually or provides these for so long, for a number of years now at least, provided these hydrological updates. I recall when Kyle Oceandusky, actually, I think it was providing these for us, and it's interesting to see. And Chris Kwan is over at the Delta Stewardship Council now, I believe. So Vadim, all that to say is, has moved on to the Department of Water Resources, our fantastic sister agency, and again shown how great it is to be able to have colleagues in this water space and sister agencies moving back and forth. But Vadim won't be here to give us our hydrologic condition. Instead, it is Stanley Mubako. So welcome, Stanley.
Thank you. Can you hear my audio?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Stanley Mubako, environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights, Bay Delta Sacramento unit. I will be providing today's update on hydrological conditions and just a quick overview of the items on presentation today. I'll start off with water year precipitation totals, and then I'll provide snowpack levels, followed by reservoir conditions. And then I'll give a quick overview of TEM 91 diversion limitations, followed by drought status, and then end with near-term meteorological forecast. Next slide, please. So starting with precipitation in the Central Valley's watershed, As you can see from this figure, our cumulative precipitation curves have remained flat since mid-May. And for the Northern Sierra Index, let's focus on the blue line. We gained only 0.4 of an inch in the last month. And so we are currently at 31.7 inches for the water year. This is about 63% of average for this date. Next slide, please. Moving on to the central part of the Sierra. We did not gain any precipitation compared to last month, and we are still at 24.5 inches, which is about 63% of average as at July 3, 2020. Next slide, please. This slide focuses on the southern part of the Sierra, and we gained only 1/10 of an inch since the last month, and we are at 18.6 inches. This is 67% of average for this date. Moving on to the next slide. This one is giving an overview of the snow situation. We see from top to bottom, the central, southern, as well as the northern central, as well as the southern Sierra's snow water content. The trend that we are seeing on this slide is being shown by the blue slide for this year. Warm temperatures persisted over the last month, and as a result, what little snow accumulated for this year's water is now basically gone. Next slide, please. Moving on to reservoir conditions. Most of the major reservoirs, as you can see from this visual, they are at or below historical average levels for this time of the year. And the range is from 75% of historical average levels at Lake Oroville, all the way to 116% of historical average levels at Lake Paris. Next slide, please. Looking at other reservoirs, starting with Chakuma Reservoir, we are at 78% of capacity, and this is 91% of average. For Diamond Valley, it is at 89% of capacity. And lastly, San Luis Reservoir is at 52% capacity, which is 83% of average. Next slide, please. Moving on to 1091, the blue line represents delta flows that are available to meet water quality as well as flow requirements. So when the blue line rises to the upper red area of the plot, stored water project is then needed to maintain delta requirements and in-basin water uses. And so 1091 may be considered under this circumstance. 1091 actually went into effect on June the 5th, and letters related to curtailments were dispatched to 1091 water right holders. This graph is actually posted on the Water Rights Division Bay Delta Program website and is being updated weekly. Next slide, please. This is the drought monitor for California as of June 30 of 2020. Similar to last month, 58% of the state is experiencing at least abnormally dry conditions, with the driest conditions in the northern part of California, including extreme drought conditions in the northwest part of the state. Next slide, please. And moving on to the Colorado Basin. Colorado Basin conditions have also trended slightly drier over the last month, with about 61% of the basin in some form of drought. This is in comparison to 52% for the last month. And moving on to the next slide, the Colorado snow water equivalent. The overall picture on this one is that Colorado River Basin snowpack is significantly below median levels for much of the basin. Next slide, please. The precipitation forecast. As of May 31st, the 8 to 14-day outlook is showing high probability of normal precipitation in most of California. Moving on to the next slide. This is the temperature forecast coming from the Climate Prediction Center. And it shows the likelihood that temperatures over the next 8 to 14 days will either be normal, above, or below what would be expected this time of the year. So this outlook on this visual is actually showing higher odds of warmer than normal temperatures for much of the United States, including southern and central California. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll take any questions from the board members.
Thank you, Mr. Mubako. I don't think I have anything to ask specifically at this point. We're certainly moving into the teeth of the summer. It's going to be dry. It's going to be dry for a time here. And I think we're all already starting to look at the next water year. And I think that we need to begin to start having certainly conversations around how best we prepare ourselves for what is always a very uncertain understanding of what the water year will end up shaping into. Hopefully our predictive capabilities get great and we have sub-seasonal forecasting coming in and we can look further months out. But until then, it is definitely going to be in these drier months that we're taking advantage of the time to discuss what we do when we do have wetter times, perhaps. So either way, just thank you, much appreciated for the presentation. Vice Chair, would you like to add some thought? Or do you have any questions?
Yeah, just some thoughts. I appreciate your comments, Chair Esquivel, about, at this point, it's expected to be dry. It is what it is. And we should be focusing on next year and the future. And so I don't have any specific ideas, but I know pretty much all of us have been talking with staff regarding a variety of different issues. I know I've been working in particular with Board Member McGuire on the issue of curtailments and talking with Eric Ekdahl and Eric Oppenheimer. And so just suggesting that maybe we regroup and sort of tee up specific conversations in these areas at the appropriate time. We've sort of suggested this in the past, but I think that we're hopefully getting to the point where, for example, having an update on temperature and some of the work that our staff has been doing with the Bureau of Reclamation, but then also some, potential opportunities for improved collaboration, not just with the agencies, with the Bureau, with NIMS, but also with the NGOs that have been very concerned about this and some of the water users. And so looking for an opportunity to open up the discussion in sort of a non-threatening way. We're not making any major decisions at this point, it seems, but this, I think, would be the opportunity to hear from folks, dialogue with the rest of us openly, and also hear from other folks about creative opportunities and suggestions. So that's temperature. And then I know on curtailments, I have provided a list to Eric Ekdahl. From my experience in the last drought, there were a number of agencies that stepped forward, some of them where we did end up with voluntary agreements, for example, in the Delta, and then others that had approached us for voluntary agreements on curtailments, but we just didn't quite get there. And so again, rather than waiting for the drought to happen, where these questions take on a much greater importance, greater level of controversy, and also we have to move at lightning speed. This might be an opportunity to have a more informal conversation about those issues. So those are just two. I'm sure that there are others like water conservation. We've been receiving updates on that all along. So I think that, that in that area, there's been some good dialogue already, but these other areas, just haven't quite been daylighted as much as I think could be helpful.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I've also had some conversation with Executive Director Sobek around some of that thinking as well. I think there's a definite value in being able to have conversations when we're not in the teeth of a crisis, and that's really what the board had before it in the last drought. I know, as I came on at the tail end of that, but certainly know that it took up much time, not having been prepared perhaps as we could have been. And I know there are lessons that we're looking to make sure that we pull out from the last drought, but also that we start looking more forward as to how we would handle the next one. And so with that, I see Executive Director Sobek, see if she wants to provide some additional thought and comment. I know, again, to your point, Vice Chair, this has been something that's been simmering, and I think that it's time that we have a more public dialogue around it, so as to provide some transparency around the thinking and help everyone contribute to what is ultimately, I continue to see, just how do we make better decisions in a better time frame. And if we can get some considerations out of the way now, we can provide some certainty in how we might treat and otherwise proceed in the face of curtailment or temperature, or some of these buckets around water rights discussions as tied to hydrologic conditions is warranted. So yeah, Executive Director.
I just wanted to say we've taken to heart. I think every board member has made it clear to us that this is a priority, and we are working on it. We've contributed to a lot of the reporting that's been out there, sort of the lessons learned from the past droughts that other agencies have or are putting together. Each of the areas that you identified, Board Member Diadamo, we have started having conversations, so we are happy to work with you all to figure out the right time to bring them to the board for a discussion. You know, it's one of those, we need to be far enough along so that we can structure a constructive public discussion, but not so far along that it's, that it's completely baked. But I think we're all very cognizant that, you're never exactly sure when you're in the first year of a drought, but we may be there. And so we do want to be forward looking. We are having a lot of these discussions. We are, this is a priority. You identified it for us as a priority. It is a priority. We are devoting time and resources, but as you know, defining the problem is hard enough, and defining solutions is even more challenging. So we look forward to bringing those issues forward for discussion, and we'll work with the Division of Water Rights to figure out what's a good way to start. I agree. I think that maybe temperature management is one of the first places to start. I think we have to break these up into manageable chunks for discussion. So happy to work with all of you on how and when to do that. We actually have quite packed board agendas the next 2 or 3 board meetings, including some workshop days. So it might be in the early fall that we put the first of these sessions together, but that gives us time to work on what topics and what's the best kind of format for presentation. But we did do a agenda review recently, and it was surprising how busy you guys are going to be in the next 3 board meetings.
Yeah, I was just going to say in the fall. So I'm glad you're thinking of the same timing. That seems appropriate. Yeah, and then the one area that I just want to make sure. I mean, I've just kind of been honing in on these areas, in particular temperature and curtailments, but of course mentioned water conservation, and then also drinking water. And I know we've kind of touched on those issues with all of the discussions that we've had on safe drinking water, including maybe today it'll come up as well. But, just to be flagging that as well as whether or not there needs to be a standalone agenda item on that, or if we've covered some of the thinking along those lines as we've been talking about the safer plan and policy.
Great. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. And thank you, Eileen. And anything further from fellow board members? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Mubako. Really appreciate, and good to meet you, and look forward to future hydrologic condition updates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to our next informational item, which is an update on urban water conservation.
All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Pinheiro, and I'm a research data specialist with the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. I will be providing the Urban Water Conservation Update for May 2020, which is the 72nd month since the State Water Board began monthly tracking of water conservation for each of the state's larger urban water suppliers, those with more than 3,000 connections. Next slide, please. We continue to have missing reports from about a quarter of suppliers that are on our list, but this number hasn't greatly changed compared to reporting periods pre-COVID-19. During normal operations, the voluntary response rate is about 77 to 80% for a given reporting period, and this May, with a response rate of 77%, it's about in that range. Next slide, please. The May reporting period is the first instance where we have seen a large increase in production relative to the previous month. This coincides with rising temperatures in an overall drier than average winter, as well as pandemic-related changes in use. The production total for May 2020 is similar to May 2018, which was also a dry year, so we've seen this level before. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, sorry. The May reporting period is also the first time that we've seen a notable increase in residential water use relative to the previous month. The current RGPCD value of 98 gallons is even higher than the May 2018 statewide average due to much higher residential use, as well as the previously mentioned hotter and drier conditions this year. Next slide, please. In preparation for the October rollout, we are making changes to the reporting website, which will involve redesigning the survey form to accommodate the changes that were proposed during the rulemaking process. Those things like indicating when data is preliminary. In order to improve the quality of the data that we receive, we're also updating the guidance on how the data should be reported. Before the official rollout of the new site, we will host an instructional webinar in advance of that update, which will introduce reporters to the new layout and requirements. Next slide, please. So at the moment, we are working on the next steps that were outlined in the previous slide, and we're currently on track to meet the October 1st effective date. So with that, I am finished, and I welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. It is interesting to see the uptick rather in usage, and interesting as time kind of goes on and we have additional data, and perhaps it gets teased out a bit. Just perhaps how much is that, because we're all home a bit more, and perhaps although shifting usage from perhaps workplaces and instead are here on the urban side, the home side. Although Max, you'll have to remind me, does the conservation numbers, the production numbers, it includes commercial buildings, et cetera, right? It's not just, so even I guess, I don't know if on balance, we just feel, at home, we're just using a bit more than we would otherwise, or again, there's temperatures and variables there. So, always a complicated issue to try to tease out what's causing actual increases, but an interesting number nonetheless.
And if I may, Chair Esquivel, just want to note, this is the last month per the request of the board. We're going to be doing these monthly production updates, but we will at some frequency be updating you all going forward on the work we're doing to implement the 2018 conservation legislation, where we're partnered with the Department of Water Resources to develop long-term efficiency standards and other actions for the state. So.
Thanks, Max. Yeah, I think it makes sense to begin to transition to what, not just the one number and the monthly reporting, but really this larger comprehensive effort that we're underway when it comes to making efficiency a way of life in California. And to your point, the outdoor numbers and regs that this board will be adopting to help kind of move that along as well. Yeah, starting to tie it into that larger discussion, I think will be helpful. And maybe it's a bi-monthly, or it'll be at the interval that's best for the work that's being generated. And I think particularly as we gear up in these next years here to further and fully implement the efficiency legislation and water loss regulations and other bits and pieces, I think it'll be good for us to see it as a more comprehensive program in that light. So I appreciate that, and look forward to the updates still and discussion around that efficiency work.
Great.
If I could just add, thank you again for the update. I have always appreciated this and agree it is a good time to transition to the next steps and what conservation as a way of life look like in California and where we need to go from here. But we are in this unique space with COVID-19 and seeing those transitions and demands. I do want to better understand that. And I think Pacific Institute recently came out with a study where they were looking at nationwide shifts in water demand from commercial to residential. And so just, as we continue to evaluate this and think about how does that also have kind of ripple financial effects on water systems where, they've relied on their commercial sector to be a certain portion of their revenue and now are shifting to residential. And that's going to change those types of burdens potentially. And we don't know for how long. So again, just teeing off that, I would like to understand better in California, how is that specifically changing demand patterns as we saw here in May, perhaps with the combination of increased temperatures, but also just changing demand patterns, temporary or permanent, we don't know. But anyway, I would appreciate any updates on that in the future. Thanks.
Absolutely, Board Member McGuire. And I should note, we will be providing a monthly written update as part of the Executive Director's report. So I'll be sure to note that that's something that we should keep track of and report on.
Okay.
Those shifts. Yeah.
Good flag. Thank you. Anything further from fellow board members? Questions or thoughts? Well, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Max. And thank you, Marielle, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. That quick check. It's 10:30. We'll keep going. We'll go ahead and move into our fifth item here, item number 5, and then break, and then we'll take up item number 6. And so with that, move on to item number 5, which is a proposed consideration of an order around Blooming Camp. Sorry, my printer didn't print the entire title of the item. I'll hand it over to Mr. Zach Miller for his presentation. We'll then go to, I believe, the parties, although just flag for Assembly Member Flora, who is joining us here, do usually customarily give first moment to electeds, but was maybe going to have the parties, because they're more directly related to the item here, maybe go first and then you go. You can consider that as Zach gives his presentation, but just thank everyone for their attention on this item. And I know we have a good bit of participation here. So I'll hand it over to Zach to begin item number 5.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Zach Miller from the Office of Chief Counsel, and I'm joined by Kurt Souza of the Division of Drinking Water. This item is the consideration of a proposed order denying petitions for reconsideration by Blooming Camp Water System. The petitions seek reconsideration of enforcement actions taken by Stanislaus County under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Next slide, please. The Safe Drinking Water Act allows public water systems to petition the board for reconsideration of enforcement orders or decisions issued by an officer or employee of the board. Blooming Camp's petitions seek reconsideration of decisions issued by Stanislaus County as a local primacy agency. Next slide, please. About 30 counties, otherwise known as local primacy agencies, enforce the Safe Drinking Water Act for small systems in their counties. These counties act under delegated authority from the board. The Safe Drinking Water Act is silent on whether county enforcement orders and decisions are petitionable to the board. The act is clear, however, that a county's enforcement order is equivalent to an order by the board. The county acts under the same authority. Therefore, today's proposed order clarifies that public water systems, such as Blooming Camp, may petition the board for reconsideration of county enforcement actions. Next slide, please. Blooming Camp is a transient, non-community water system serving a bakery, farm shop, cider barn, public restrooms, and residences. The county issued a compliance order to Blooming Camp for failure to comply with the maximum contaminant level, or MCL, for nitrate. The compliance order required Blooming Camp to notify the public of the contamination and to submit proof to the county. It also required Blooming Camp to submit a corrective action plan, or CAP, identifying improvements to the system to correct the violation. Next slide, please. Blooming Camp submitted a CAP in which it proposed using point-of-use treatment for the public restrooms, bottled water for the bakery, and did not propose solutions for the other connections, including the homes. The county rejected the CAP because bottled water is not a permissible long-term solution to an MCL violation, and because Blooming Camp did not propose solutions for supplying safe water to all of its users. Blooming Camp resubmitted its CAP without addressing those deficiencies. It then petitioned the board for reconsideration of the county's rejection. The petition argued that the CAP was reasonable and appropriate, and that the county failed to consider the proposed point-of-use treatment for the restrooms. Next slide, please. The county issued a citation to Blooming Camp for failure to comply with its permit and the compliance order. The citation included a $12,000 penalty based on $1,500 for Blooming Camp's violation of its permit, which required Blooming Camp to treat water that does not meet an MCL, $2,500 for Blooming Camp's failure to submit a satisfactory CAP and progress reports to the county, and $8,000 for Blooming Camp's failure to submit proof of public notification to the county. Blooming Camp petitioned the board a second time for reconsideration of the county's issuance of the citation. Blooming Camp argued that the citation was excessive and that the county should not have issued it while the first petition was pending review by the board. Next slide, please. Today, the board considers both petitions. The first petition seeks reconsideration of the county's rejection of the CAP. The board may set aside or modify the county's rejection or deny the petition upon finding that the county's decision was appropriate and proper. The second petition seeks reconsideration of the county's issuance of the citation, which the board may set aside or modify, or deny the petition upon finding that the county's decision was appropriate and proper. Next slide, please. Today's proposed order finds that the county was correct to reject a CAP that does not propose treatment for all users. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, a public water system must provide safe drinking water to all of its users. A small system cannot deny some users safe drinking water just because those users did not cause the system to become a public water system. Blooming Camp proposed point-of-use treatment, but not for all users, including the residents. The proposed order therefore finds the county's rejection of the CAP was appropriate and proper. Next slide, please. The county was also correct to reject the CAP because it proposed the permanent reliance on bottled water to comply with the MCL. Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, bottled water may be a short-term or interim remedy, but is not a permissible means of long-term compliance with an MCL. Federal regulation clearly prohibits it, and the state's requirements must be at least as stringent. Therefore, the proposed order finds that the county's rejection of the CAP for this second reason was also appropriate and proper. Next slide, please. The first petition also claimed that treatment of all the water served would be too expensive. However, the county was not required to consider Blooming Camp's specific compliance costs. There is no evidence that the county dismissed an acceptable method of treatment in favor of a more expensive method. For instance, there's no evidence that the county disregarded Blooming Camp's proposal to install point-of-use treatment. Rather, the county rejected the CAP because Blooming Camp did not propose treating all points of use. Next slide, please. The second petition seeks reconsideration of the citation. The board needs a standard of review for petitions seeking reconsideration of citations issued by counties. The draft order today proposes a similar standard to the one used for reviewing regional board penalties. Under this standard, the question for the board is whether the county acted based on an error in law or an abuse of discretion. Here, the amount of the penalty was not an error in law because it was less than the legal maximum of $1,000 per day of violation. Next slide, please. There is no evidence that the citation was an abuse of discretion either. 2/3 of the amount was for failure to submit proof of public notification, which is an essential element of the Safe Drinking Water Act. The citation was based on Bloomingcamp's failure to submit proof to the county on multiple occasions. Now, Bloomingcamp did not challenge this factual basis in its petitions. It did, however, in its recent comments to the proposed order, say that it posted public notification and submitted photos to the county, but suggested that it did not do so on a regular basis. The county citation described 11 missed submissions. Next slide, please. Bloomingcamp also objected to the county issuing the citation while the first petition was pending review by the board. The county's decision to do so was not an error in law because for reconsideration do not automatically stay the underlying enforcement proceedings. The decision was not an abuse of discretion either. Bloomingcamp could have requested a stay, or it could have complied with the compliance order while the first petition was pending review. For instance, it could have submitted proof of public notification to the county. It also could have submitted a compliant cap, even proposing bottled water as a short-term or interim remedy. For these reasons, the proposed order finds that the county's issuance of the citation was not based on an error in law or an abuse of discretion, and therefore denies the second petition. Next slide, please. The proposed order was released for public comment for 30 days. The board received 16 timely comments, including a compilation of comments from an online petition in support of Bloomingcamp. Major comments included requests that the board allow Bloomingcamp to operate with bottled water, rescind the penalty and the invoice for the county's enforcement costs, communicate clear and specific regulatory requirements, grant an exemption or variance to Bloomingcamp, consider affordability to Bloomingcamp of its compliance costs, and extend the compliance deadlines. Next slide, please. Detailed responses to comments were posted online. I'll briefly summarize responses to the above comments here. First, Bloomingcamp may use bottled water as an interim or short-term remedy, but not permanently to comply with the MCL for nitrate. Second, a water system may not petition the board for reconsideration of a county's invoice for reimbursement of enforcement costs. Only the county may waive those costs under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Third, the Division of Drinking Water is available to assist the county and Bloomingcamp with communicating and understanding the applicable regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. Fourth, there was a comment that the county or board should grant an exemption or variance to Bloomingcamp from the MCL for nitrate, yet neither is available. A general exemption is for newly adopted primary drinking water standards, which the MCL for nitrate is not. A general variance is for systems with source water quality that makes compliance infeasible despite the installation of treatment. There was no allegation that Bloomingcamp's source water is too poor to treat. Lastly, a small system variance is unavailable because US EPA has not established a small system variance technology for the MCL for nitrate. Next slide, please. Fifth, the county was not required to consider Bloomingcamp's specific compliance costs when issuing the compliance order or evaluating the cap. Bloomingcamp outlined numerous possible paths to compliance, such as drilling a new well, consolidation, or installation of centralized treatment, each with varying cost estimates. It also included point-of-use treatment, which remains a potentially cost-effective solution. Lastly, extending Bloomingcamp's compliance deadline is best left to the county, which can amend the compliance order to allow Bloomingcamp more time to submit a new cap and comply with the MCL for nitrate. Next slide, please. In summary, today's proposed order clarifies that public water systems may petition the board for reconsideration of an order or decision issued by a county as local primacy agency. It also establishes a standard of review for petitions of county-issued penalties. Stanislaus County's rejection of the cap was appropriate on two grounds: Bloomingcamp not treating for all users, and proposing the permanent use of bottled water to comply with an MCL. The county's issuance of the citation was not based on any error in law, and there's no evidence of an abuse of discretion. For these reasons, the proposed order denies both petitions. To be clear, Bloomingcamp may use bottled water on a short-term basis and can rely on point of use or point of entry treatment for all users. Mr. Souza and I are available to answer any questions the board may have. Also available are the enforcement staff who advise the LPA, the county, since we've separated functions here between the enforcement and advisory teams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miller. Really appreciate the good overview. And I know this hasn't been an easy topic, and it's been one that's been long discussed, both at the local and staff level and now here before the board. And again, appreciate the cogent explanation of where we are in the thinking and proposal at this point. I don't have any questions at this point. I don't know if my fellow board members do. I'll give them a moment to indicate whether or not. And so we can just move on to the comments for the item. We'll start off first with the parties. So here I'll call up Matthew Steinberg with the Bloomingcamp Water System. And then after that, as you see, actually our timer has a good scroller with those who will be called up next. So you can all prepare accordingly. If you're here in the Zoom platform, you should be able to see it. Even if you're on the webcast, you should now see. And so, Mr. Steinberg, you have 7 minutes. And thank you for participating today, this morning, and appreciate the time.
I'd like to ask for perhaps a couple of more minutes to speak. This is an important matter, not just for myself, but for other small water systems like ours. Right? We're finding that we're just happen to be the tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
So
yes.
While we're here, you grant that?
Yes. Yeah. It's up to 10 minutes now, and if you require more, Mr. Steinberg, just let me know as you're giving remarks. I do want to reflect. This is the first time that the board has taken up a petition for reconsideration this way, particularly to a delegated entity, the Stanislaus County here. And the Division of Drinking Water is about 5 years on here at the board. And so this is really important for process, for understanding. And so more than welcome to give the time for the discussion and for your comments, Mr. Steinberg. So.
Oh, thank you. I'll try to be, on point and not take this. Slides, please. So by way of introduction, good morning. My name is Matthew Steinberg, and my wife, Connie Bloomingcamp, and I are now the owners of Bloomingcamp Ranch. I come before you today to discuss Bloomingcamp Water System, our petition for reconsideration, and our responses to the State Water Resource Control Board's draft order, which was recently updated on June 24, 2020. I specifically requested that our submission be sent to each board member and hope that each of you have taken the opportunity to review my letter, our response to the draft order, and the community support to find an affordable solution to our water problem and to that of others. Next slide. I think it's important to start with a bit of history and background of Bloomingcamp Ranch. My father-in-law, Bill Bloomingcamp, purchased the ranch in 1948 after returning home from World War II. The ranch has transformed over the years from grazing land to orchards. In the 1970s, my mother-in-law, Joy Bloomingcamp, embarked on a vision of a farm stand that evolved into the bake shop and park that is open to the public. We continue the tradition started by Bill and Joy by giving back to the community, providing ag education to local students now for 2 generations. Our primary business is agriculture and the bake shop. We're not a water system. We are considered a small water system because of our bake shop, because of the number of visitors. We do not deliver water outside of our own property. We are here because our well is one of the many in the state that has high nitrates. And we are unable to find clarity in the state's regulations that would allow us to treat our water in an affordable manner that is also acceptable to the state. Our property is served by a single well with a single meter, which by definition is a single connection. Despite the regulations being clear in this matter as to how a connection is determined, Bloomingcamp Water System is miscategorized as having multiple connections. And our response to the draft order, as we have done in the past other communications, we have asked questions of the Water Board or LPA and have yet to receive direct responses to our questions. Next slide, please. Small water systems in California are plagued by regulations that are unclear and applied equally across large and small systems alike, even though small water systems do not have the same ability to pay. One water engineer I engaged with early on offered the following quote: "Systems like yours are unusually difficult to address because regulations require a level of effort to achieve compliance that is costly. The regs don't differentiate between a small business like yours and a multi-million-dollar manufacturing operation." When we go to look at the regulations, it's been challenging at best to find guidance, let alone requirements in California water regulations, when there is a disclaimer painted across the top of each page that these, quote, "cannot be relied upon by the regulated community." Further, Stanislaus County as the state's LPA itself is unable to provide, quote, "exhaustive list of requirements." In each of the draft orders, the Water Board, or LPA, says that we have not considered point of use or point of entry treatment, and says that we did not consider treatment for the residences. In our response, we did say that we would treat each of the residences. It appears that staff did not consider our response when updating the draft order. Additionally, it appears that staff are unfamiliar with the California regulations because the California regulations April 2019 update specifically restrict the use of point of use or point of entry treatment to temporary solutions limited to 3 years. Hence, our request for variances and exemptions. Our request is not for an exemption for the MCL, rather for how to meet the MCL. We were notified for the reasons for rejection of the caps, and we were not notified for the rejections of the caps until the responses to our petition for reconsideration. How is it that the Water Board can expect small water systems like ours to evaluate solutions and make business decisions without a clear set of requirements? Next slide, please. Since we were notified of our water was out of compliance, we have requested a clear set of requirements, and those have not yet been provided. The California regulations are incomplete for all water systems, let alone for very small water systems, which appear to be ignored. The regulations neglect to include variances and exemptions for small water systems that are allowed by the Safe Drinking Water Act and the EPA as the Safe Drinking Water Act's administrator. Solutions that we might consider as long-term are deemed short-term by the California regulations, and there are holes in those short-term regulations as well. Hence, the one-size-fits-all approach. While the draft order may be a step toward providing requirements, the comments are over a year late and woefully incomplete. Also, while we have pursued legislative relief, we're all aware of COVID-19, and those bills have been tabled for 2020. Next slide, please. Chairman Esquivel, our ask of you is that you sponsor our efforts to find an affordable solution. Our asks of the State Water Board are simple and straightforward. Use of bottled water until a cost-effective solution is found. Use variances and exemptions to create an affordable solution. Consider affordability and provide that affordability criteria. Affordability is a key criteria of the EPA. Provide clear requirements that water systems can make proper decisions as part of the design process. Regarding the fines, rescind the penalties assessed to Bloomingcamp water system. The LPA says that 2/3 of the fine is for not providing the LPA verification that notifications are posted. I assure you that the notifications are and have been posted. $8,000 is certainly excessive for failure to notify a posting. The punishment certainly does not fit the crime. See Tibbs versus Indiana. Regarding the corrective action plan, how can we submit a corrective action plan without a full set of requirements? And furthermore, the requirement to provide a new corrective action plan under the threat of a fine is simply duress. We also ask that the Water Board provide us the necessary extensions in time so that we can develop, in conjunction with the Water Board, affordable solutions for our nitrate problem. Next slide, please. As you'll see from this slide, the support for the Bloomingcamp water system is undeniably broad and deep across elected officials, small businesses, and the broader community. Additional support came in after my presentation was submitted from Stanislaus County Supervisors Vito Chiesa, Terry Withrow. Pat Paul is a former Stanislaus County Supervisor and City of Oakdale Mayor. She also sent a response. Chairman Esquivel and the board, we hope that you take it upon yourselves to work with us to find a solution. Next slide, please. I submitted 36 pages of comments that were made by the public on our behalf. The request of Bloomington Water System elected officials, small businesses, and the broader community are all alike. To find reasonable solutions for small businesses in California, which are a must. We cannot afford to watch these businesses be shut down. Do it as right and reasonable. Next slide. So I do have one comment slide at the end. I just wanted to take a moment here to thank everybody. There is a second comment, and it does read, the greatest resource in our country is our family farmers. Please support the Blooming Camp Ranch in their requests and enable this family farm to continue their family farming and business fruit stand operation. Without the burden of red tape and exorbitant fees, please open your hearts and find the compassion and creativity to find a solution that is viable. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Greenberg. I appreciate your comments, and what we'll do is move through the comments, and then we'll have some discussion here amongst us.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jamie Eggers, Carl Quinn, and Rachel Reese from Stanislaus County, here representing the county. And you should be receiving invitations to share your screen and unmute yourselves. And if there's one amongst the three that will go first, or I'll let Mr. Loffer perhaps chime in.
This is Jamie Eggers. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Sorry, we don't. Good morning. We don't have video. We just
it's okay. That's more than fine. I'm glad you could join us today.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Myself, Carl Quinn, and Rachel Reese are all available. But the request we submitted was we only need to speak if necessary if you have questions for us.
Thank you. That's appreciated then. Next then, I'd like to call up Assemblymember Heath Flora. Mr. Flora, glad you could join us this morning.
Glad to be here, Chairman, and it's great to see you again, even though it is on Zoom. But I want to just take a couple minutes here and read over a couple things. And the Blooming Camp Ranch has been an intricate part of our district for a very long time, and I would certainly like to echo the point made by Mr. Steinberg. High level or nitrate levels are a growing problem in the district, the Central Valley, and quite frankly, all of California. And I would encourage the board to work in good faith with small businesses that are willing to find affordable solutions for the sake of addressing, the nitrate levels. I think this is a very important point at a cost-effective fashion. Blooming Camp Ranch is a great place for the board and the state to start working together with small businesses to preserve the livelihoods of the business owners, work endlessly to protect while acknowledging their responsibility to ensure the well-being of their customers. And it was previously stated that COVID-19 has obviously impacted us all in many ways, one way or another. But I can guarantee that small businesses are facing some of the toughest challenges throughout this crisis. For this reason, I'm asking the board to partner with Blooming Camp Ranch to address the nitrate problem in a way that protects the patrons, as well as an affordable and effective solution for the sake of the small business community. And I do want to just point out, and I'll keep my comments short because I know there's a lot of people that have things to say. But as we move forward with this, I think the board has done a great job, in a lot of different ways. And this is a huge issue within the state of California as far as how do we address the small business community and some of the effects that are happening. But right now, I think it's dire that through COVID and through a lot of the other legislative burdens that Sacramento tends to put on the small business community, that if we could work with a government bureaucracy like the Water Board, and Chairman, we've had a great relationship, and I know that you're very, very aware of this need to start working in a collaborative effort, and I appreciate that. So my encouragement is that we just tend to work together and understand that we all may have slightly different perspectives, but at the end of the day, if our business community can't have a particular set of guidelines that they're supposed to be following, and then the enforcement mechanism to secure that, then we have a problem. And so I would just encourage all of us to continue to walk down this path together and understand that we all are Californians, we're all in this together, and there may be different solutions, but make sure that no solution is taken off the table for political purposes. So I appreciate your time and hope everybody's having a great day.
Thank you you so much, Assembly Member. I really appreciate you being able to join us. And to your points, I think what I will say I have seen is a commitment to that collaboration, and what we'll continue to commit ourselves is to that space and to working with all parties, and particularly those that we know are most challenged by the complexity sometimes of the regulations, excuse me, and the processes put in place. And so just thank you for your willingness to continue to work with us, to collaborate and understand. And again, I'll be able to hopefully continue to better understand and see what each side is seeing and get to just good outcomes. And I think that that's what we're all particularly focused. So thank you.
No, and I appreciate the chairman, because I mean, you've been in our district a lot, and we appreciate that very much. So look forward to working with you and the rest of the board. We thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. Darren Polhamus, who is the Deputy Director here at the State Water Board and head of the Division of Drinking Water.
And Chair Esquivel, just to provide some point of clarity to reference back to Mr. Miller's opening presentation, in this particular capacity, Mr. Polhamus has not been advising the State Water Board and is actually on a different side of an ethical wall that's more closely aligned with Stanislaus County, because he had worked with Stanislaus County in the process of them considering their enforcement action.
Thank you. And it's an important distinction because here, again, we need to be able to have a fair process. And so Darren is coming in as a comment, a speaker in forum here because there has been that separation between Zach Miller and staff who are actually working on the petition and the advisory capacity that Mr. Polhamus is here at the board with. So thank you for that clarity, Mr. Loffer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'll just be brief here to express that we have spent quite some time working with the county and Mr. Steinberg in the past. And so we stand ready to answer questions associated with what that entailed, if the board members so desire. And I would also like to offer one amendment to the June 24th proposed changes to the draft order, if I may. I'll quickly read those in and can discuss those at the board member's pleasure. So this would be to modify the very last sentence of section 4.1 and to insert after the word pursues, the words and ultimately presents. So I'll read the whole sentence out. It would be that the county should continue to assist Blooming Camp as it pursues, comma, and ultimately presents, comma, a legally permissible path to compliance. So I'm trying to make this clarification just to be very clear that both the county and the Division of Drinking Water as a regulatory entity cannot provide an engineered solution to Mr. Blooming Camp. He should pursue the professional help of a registered engineering company associated with that. There's both resource requirements associated with that and some legal obligations from us for both purposes of maintaining our regulatory status and operating in that space. So I would ask the board to consider that slight amendment, just to be clear that we want to work with them in every way we can to clarify our regulations, but ultimately, we're not allowed to deviate from them, and that we are the interpreter of them to try to help them in finding their own solution associated with how they're going to proceed. So I'll stop there and take any questions or be available for questions later as well.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. Any immediate questions from fellow board members? Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to Mr. Christopher Smith, who's a citizen of Oakdale.
Sorry, and Chair, I have a question for one of the previous speakers, but I can wait till after the speakers to ask that.
If you, up to your discretion, if you'd like to go ahead and ask it now, or we can wait.
Yeah, I guess I was wondering from
Mr. Smith.
Bloomington camp, what I heard from the testimony was that there was a proposal to provide point of use for all users, and that wasn't, did I hear that right? Because that wasn't my understanding, but I wanted to make sure I understood the testimony on whether that potential solution was offered or proposed.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
great, because you go back and forth between you. So in our response that was due on June 22nd, we updated our response. It was an oversight on our part, as we stated in the response, that we did not include treatment of the 3 residences, and we clearly specified that we would treat those 3 residences. And that's not included in the draft order. Please also recall that in my statement that the California regulations do not allow point of use or point of entry treatment as a permanent solution. So this is one of the areas where we need to have some level of discussion, right? We need to have a level of discussion of what's affordable and then what can be done on a permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe Darren, do you mind also responding, or somebody else can, on just, that is my understanding, that point of use is not, that under our state regulations, that point of use is still a temporary solution, and that can be renewed. But I want to just understand, make sure my understanding of our regulations on point of use as a permanent solution versus temporary is clarified.
I'd be happy to, and I understand why it's confusing. So it's kind of in between, right? So the point of use, point of entry could act.
Aaron, we can't hear you.
Sorry. So it is a bit confusing, associated with point of use, point of entry regulations, and they kind of stand in between what's considered permanent status and then not allowed as permanent. So I can appreciate that it can be a bit confusing. So let me kind of explain it this way. Point of use, point of entry could be used indefinitely, which of course can be permanent. It, however, has to be evaluated every 3 years to be sure that another solution more appropriate, such as a centralized treatment or some other component, doesn't become available in that time space. So it's an attempt to not trap people in a point of use, point of entry as a cheaper solution in perpetuity, in an instance where then at some later date, another option becomes available for a more desirable centralized type of system, and not create this kind of second class type of citizen water user in a way. So we do consider it to be an option that can go on for a long time, and possibly forever in some instances of very remote operation where there's no presentation of a case where a centralized water system does develop and they continue to do it. It just does require this simple evaluation every 3 years to validate that that's still the case, that there aren't other options available.
Thank you. And just one other question on that is, so while there's not, my understanding is there is a prohibition on bottled water as a permanent solution on the federal level, and we would understand that to also mean on the state level, of course. But it is a temporary solution, and I'm wondering how that differs from point of use. It seems like that allowing bottled water to be renewed as a temporary solution could continue to happen, similar to how point of use could continue to be renewed. So it'd be helpful to get some clarity on whether bottled water could be renewed as a temporary solution, and how that is understood from differing from a permanent solution. Does that make sense?
I think so. I think the key point to keep in mind is that bottled water is usually a provision while they're under an enforcement action to remedy the situation. And so during the time frame associated with that enforcement action, bottled water can be appropriate. But there's a presumption that they will proceed hastily as possible to remedy the situation under the time schedule orders and the citations. And once you're outside of that, then certainly renewing bottled water for public health is important, but they've now violated the time frame of which a remedy could have been presented and offered. And so it's not appropriate to consider it to be ongoing at that point.
Great. Thank you for all those clarifications. Appreciate it.
You both. Mr. Smith?
Am I live now?
You are. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Escobar, I've been tuned in for a couple hours now, and I just want to say, good meeting. I didn't plan on watching this whole thing, but it's very interesting. So thanks for running a nice meeting. I've got a very short statement I'd like to make, but before I jump into that, I am currently on the Oakdale City Council, but I still consider myself just a resident, just a neighbor in town, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around the fact that I'm on the city council and things are different. That being said, when I ran for city council, it was the first ever office of government that I ran for, and I was astounded at the number of forms and regulations and forms about those forms that you had to fill out. And I remember I put the year 19 on one of my forms, sent it in by mail because that's the way they had to have it. And it was mailed back to me telling me I had to fill in 2019 instead of 19. So I set that aside because I'm a single dad. I have things to do. I have a full-time job. I'm got employees that I have to take care of. And then I got a letter 2 weeks later saying, hey, surprise, you owe us $100 because you didn't send your form back. And so I sent the damn form back with my $100. And then I got another letter saying, no, you have to fill out a form about why you didn't send the form back. So I can sympathize with Matthew Steinberg, who, by the way, I don't know. I don't know him. We're a small town and I don't know who he is, but I know Blooming Camp Ranch. I've lived in Oakdale, and for those people who don't know Blooming Camp Ranch, we're not talking about the Ponderosa, the Bonanza thing. This is not a sprawling, huge thing. This is a farmhouse and a bake shop, and that pond, that picture of the pond that you saw is about the size of 2 driveways. It's got a bunch of ducks in it, and that's it. This is not a huge conglomerate thing. This is a small community place. But I've lived here for almost 20 years. I chose Oakdale because of the sense of community it offers. Blooming Camp Ranch has always been part of that since even before I moved here. As a child, my family would drive in a station wagon and visit my aunt up in Sonora, and we'd stop at Blooming Camp Ranch to buy a pie and some pastries as gifts. And while my parents were inside looking for stuff to buy, the kids, 5 of us, would feed the ducks and get chased around by the swan around the pond. And those memories of 40 years ago are burned into my brain. And I had no idea at that time I'd be moving to Oakdale and or being a council person in the town. So Blooming Camp has a heartfelt lock in my body. As I said, I'm a single dad. I raised my son in Oakdale, and we'd visit Blooming Camp Ranch every weekend to go feed those ducks. We do the same thing. And I have pictures. If I was to give a presentation, all I could present were pictures of my son when he's 2 and 3 and 5 and 10 years old at the same place that I was feeding those ducks when I was a kid. It's a fantastic place for this town. It's a fantastic place for the people driving through town on the way to Yosemite or the Sonora. And unfortunately, I think the owners of Blooming Camp have done a lot to try to figure the solution out. I can understand their frustration because even as, Mr. Palamas said, it's a bit confusing. There's a regulation that kind of opposes that regulation. Things are a bit confusing, and they've got other things, I'm sure, on their mind as well. This family that's running Blooming Camp has done a lot to keep the sense of community alive and well right here in Oakdale. They're constantly going back, giving back to our community with guided tours and agricultural education and Boy Scout outings and large community events. And I think they've been burdened with a hand of cards that they didn't ask for. They didn't poison their well. Nitrates have become a problem in this entire region. We tried to come up with a viable and affordable solution. We can only commend them for that. And they're told, well, that's not good enough, or that's expired, or you didn't feel this. It's overwhelming sometimes for a small family to have to deal with a big thing like this. All I can do is I can ask the board here to reconsider the position regarding this matter. It's truly a treasure for the town of Oakdale. It's a treasure for anybody driving through Oakdale. And that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. Smith. Next, we have Mr. Brandon Dawson from the Sierra Club, California.
Mr. Dawson, you've been given a chance to unmute your microphone and turn your camera on at this point if you'd like to.
On the phone.
We can hear you, Mr. Dawson. Did you mean to comment on this?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't aware if you could hear me or not. Hello, board members, Chair Escobar. This is Brandon Dawson with Sierra Club, California. Unfortunately, and I apologize for this, I submitted a late comment letter, but just wanted to comment on the record today that our organization supports state regulatory and enforcement actions that are taken to prevent and/or mitigate even the minimus amounts of water pollution. And we believe that the draft order authored by the staff is such an action, which we support for two reasons. First, nitrate is an acute contaminant that at high levels is especially harmful to infants and has also been linked to cancer and thyroid problems. So even if this water system doesn't serve a requisite number of people necessary or have the necessary number of connections to be considered a large water provider under state law, those that it does provide are still exposed to this contaminant. And as an order of precedent, we wouldn't want to allow even small water users to continue providing contaminated water and potentially allow that to be opened up and have a slippery slope effect for other water users in the state to be seeking exemptions or variances. And then second, both federal and state regulations and law are pretty clear about where bottled water stands in terms of how it's classified as a permanent solution or interim solution. There are numerous code sections in the water code, health and safety code, that provide that it's not a long-term solution, specifically section 116450, and then also sections 116475B1 and 11676, which all purport to basically classify bottled water as a interim or interim or emergency solution for contaminated water. So with that, we just wanted to be on record again that we support the draft order, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dawson. Next, we have Frank Clark from the community. Mr. Clark, you should be receiving an invitation to share your video if you have it, and an ability to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, Mr.
Hello,
Clark.
good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Oh, good.
Thanks for joining us.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. My name is Frank Clark, as you probably already know. I'm an old geezer, 83 years old. Lived here in Oakdale for 78 years. Been very involved in the community, received numerous awards and so on, not patting myself on the back. Only say that so that you know, I know what goes on in Oakdale, and I know what this community needs. I retired from E&J Gallo Winery as a vice president of special services about 25 years ago. One of my responsibilities included environmental compliance. I had several contacts both with the regional and state water authorities. I always found them to be reasonable and willing to work with us at Gallo on resolutions, compliance issues. didn't always agree with them, but at least we're able to work with them and come out with something that satisfied everyone. Today, I'm kind of speaking to you as an unofficial representative of the community. Blooming Camp Ranch has been a part of this community as long as I can remember. They've always been giving unselfishly to our betterment and enjoyment, and almost always to no financial benefit to them. The ranch is such a beautiful setting, less than 4 acres where the people go and visit. Has a large pond, ducks, other critters. It's just a place that people in this community can go and find very relaxing atmosphere. Property provides a venue to special church groups, including sunrise services, picnics, picture taking for graduations and wedding events, ag tours for our local schools, both elementary and high school, community fundraisers, and perhaps one thing that people don't take advantage of as much as they should, but you can just go out there with your kids or your family at any time, pull on the property, get out, throw out a blanket or a quilt, and have a picnic. Let your kids run free while you watch them, and just take a break, relaxing in a restful place. I would hate to lose all of this. It's been and meant so much to our community for so many years. So all I'm asking, and I think I speak on the behalf of our community, please take all this into consideration when you deliberate this matter. Anything that you can do to help the owners keep this local landmark functioning be felt with deep-hearted appreciation. So thank you for listening to me, and God bless all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clark. Really appreciate the time and the perspective and addressing the board here on this really critical matter. So thank you. Next we have, and I believe this is our last commenter, is Reed Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you should be, there you are. Good to see you. Good morning.
Chairman Esquivel and board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Reed Johnson. I'm a civil engineer in California and a water system operator, grades D2 and T2. I'm here to support Mr. Steinberg in his efforts to save his small family operation. I'm working for free because small water systems can't afford the engineering costs it takes to get agency approval. However, the lady that runs the bakery told me she'd give me free pies if they can keep their jobs. I appreciate your help in this, but the obvious financial solution is to close this small bakery and for the Blooming Camp to stop being a water system. That's what the water regulations are causing to small entities. For the past 15 years, I've been involved in many dozens of small water projects for systems in California. I've never heard any mention of the provisions in the Safe Drinking Water Act for small water systems. Matt Steinberg did some research and found out that the Safe Drinking Water Act intends that there should be affordability criteria, and that variances and alternative technologies could be approved for small water systems only. Excuse me. To illustrate the impacts of the way the water quality regulations are enforced as a one-size-fits-all, let's just say this board were to set an affordability criteria of $1,000 per connection for compliance with the water quality regulations. For a community of 10,000 connections, that would be a budget of $10 million to build and operate a treatment plant. For the Blooming Camp water system, which has 3 residences and 1 small bakery that could be considered as 4 water users, this would be an affordable budget of $4,000. That's the difference. $4,000 is not even enough to pay for the engineering to get a project approval. A small nitrate treatment plant could cost $25,000 or more. However, the most expensive part is operations. If the regulators required an operator to visit the plant every day and the nitrates had to be removed from the site, the operations cost would be over $50,000 per year for a very small entity. Blooming Camp, this would be an annual cost of over $12,500 which is nowhere near reasonable or feasible. Mr. Chairman of the Board, the key is the affordability criteria. So if affordability criteria is set, then above that, variances and alternative technologies could be approved to reduce the cost substantially and to make treatment and operations feasible for small water systems. So the actual technical things that could be considered and approved and for very small systems would be to reduce the frequency of operator visits. POU and POE could be approved as permanent solutions for very small systems. Redundant treatment could be provided, which would assure water quality with very infrequent operator visits. Nitrate could be allowed to be blended with irrigation water and put to beneficial use instead of being an expensive regulatory burden. Small systems could be allowed to land apply the small quantity of constituents that are removed from the groundwater. Bottled water could be approved as a variance or alternative technology for very small systems and businesses. Grant funding is provided for disadvantaged communities. If the state wants small systems to implement the same costly projects and operations as large water systems, then they would be disadvantaged, and they should get grant funding also, in my opinion. So I would respectfully ask the board to acknowledge the intent of the Safe Drinking Water Act and implement an affordability criteria and provisions to make it possible for small systems to have water quality improvements that they can afford. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Really appreciate your time and your comments. That brings us to the end of our public speaker cards. I'd open it up for some reflection or some thoughts or questions from board members. Vice Chair?
Yes, thank you, Chair Esquivel. I do have some questions of Mr. Miller. So looking at, I had the PowerPoint up here. I want to pull it up again. Looking at the PowerPoint on, it appears to be slide 17, the last bullet there, that the county may amend the compliance order a third time to allow Bloomingcamp to resubmit a cap. I'd like to better understand that option and what criteria, if any, the county could use in considering amending the compliance order. Specifically, I'm looking at some of the comments that were raised regarding affordability criteria as a requirement by US EPA, and it appears that it's not an actual requirement. I just want to better understand that. And then secondly, could affordability be considered as part of amending the compliance order, and maybe not just in terms of options, but in terms of length of time for compliance?
Sure, this is Zach. Well, with respect to the affordability, there's, I think, an unfortunate misunderstanding, which is understandable. So the affordability guidelines or criteria that have been mentioned are in the context of small system variance technologies, which was an idea at the federal government to allow the administrator, the US EPA, to evaluate regulations, determine which are affordable, and if some are not, to then come up with some alternate technologies, right, that systems could use. There's not one for nitrate, so there's not one available in this situation. And the affordability guidelines that are referenced are part of that statutory scheme, right? So we don't have anything to apply in this case because there's no variance to offer. With respect to the county's amendment of the compliance order. So my understanding is that the original compliance order gave Bloomingcamp until April 2021 to comply with the MCL. They might need additional time, and the county can certainly amend the compliance order to give that time. And of course, the county essentially, would most likely want to amend the compliance order to give more time to Bloomingcamp to resubmit a cap in accordance with the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. So I would expect that. In terms of deadline, consideration of affordability, Point of use or point of entry does require consideration of affordability, namely that centralized treatment is unaffordable. And so if Bloomingcamp can demonstrate that, that's one element, in the county's exercise of its discretion and review of the proposal to determine a point of use is feasible and appropriate. I think that if the county has discretion in terms of setting a deadline for submittal of a cap and compliance with the MCL. And so it would certainly want to consider, or could consider, the length of time required, consideration of, there could even be, a proposal to tackle this sort of step by step, right? So I think there's a lot of options, and the county can certainly listen to Bloomingcamp, figure out what Bloomingcamp proposes, and then amend the deadlines in accordance with that.
Great.
And Vice Chair Giordano, I just wanted to interject that one of the representatives of the county, Ms. Eggers, did indicate that she wanted to respond in part to this question as well, if you'd like to hear from her.
Yes, please.
So Ms. Eggers, we've given you the opportunity to unmute your microphone at this point in time.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, additional time is something we could consider. We would do that in working together with the representatives of the Water Board out of the Stockton office, which is who we work with. The only thing I wanted to clarify based on some of the earlier testimony was that we have not yet received a written proposal from Bloomingcamp to treat all of the service connections. And so we would encourage Mr. Steinberg to get something submitted as soon as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that brings up the second part of what I wanted to talk about, and that is just some general comments and observations. So as I was going through the order and in our briefings, it became clear to me that there seems to be a disconnect, and that's understandable. And as a person who grew up in a small family business where my father experienced many frustrations, including with the Regional Water Board, and as the wife of a farmer who is also a small businessman who consistently raises concerns with regulatory requirements and confusion and the cost. I absolutely want to align myself with the comments that were made by Mr. Steinberg and the community that this is a very difficult situation. It's difficult for small businesses to remain in business. And we certainly don't want to have a regulatory system that makes it insurmountable for small businesses such that we lose these treasures that are out there in our communities. All of us appreciate small family farmers. We appreciate these roadside stands. I go to them frequently. I've been to Bloomingcamps, and absolutely agree with everything that's been said here today. Their pies are wonderful, and it's just a wonderful experience. And so I just want to make it clear that we all take this very seriously in going through the record. This is not something that we undertake with any pleasure. But as I see it, I think it's also important for us to stay in our lane and follow the requirements. And that is look at the evidentiary record. And there are two questions for us, whether or not there's any evidence in the record that there was an error in application of the law or any abuse of discretion. And that does not appear to be the case. But that doesn't mean it's all over for Mr. Steinberg and for Bloomingcamp, because what is evident to me is that there seems to be a little bit of disconnect here, folks talking past each other, and also, again, getting back to my own experience with small businesses, the requirements can be very confusing but they're not terribly confusing for those that do this for a living. And so I really do think that it would be very useful to undertake the services of a licensed engineer that has experience in these areas, that is familiar with the issue of bottled water not being a permanent solution. And then I appreciate Board Member Firestone, you questioning Mr. Polhemus on that unique area here that we have for point of use systems. And so there does appear to be a pathway toward a solution. And so I appreciate what Mr. Miller said regarding the opportunity for the county to again review a cap that would be resubmitted, and a pathway towards something that may be affordable for Blooming Camp, so that he can the farm and the stand can stay in business, the community can continue to enjoy it. And most importantly, for these businesses to have sustainability long into their future, we absolutely need to, as a community, fully embrace safe drinking water. And that's not just for the patrons, but for the residents and the employees, the whole package. And so it appears that from what I'm hearing Mr. Steinberg say, this is something that he is desirous of achieving as well. Maybe a bit of confusion about what actually is required. And so I think with a little bit more time and with the assistance of our staff, I did ask for that provision in the order that directs our staff to continue to work with the county towards solutions that are consistent with the legal requirements. And so I have full faith that there will be a pathway that will allow for Blooming Camps to remain open. It doesn't mean it's not going to be without its challenges, and just really do appreciate our staff and the county and Mr. Bloomingcamp or Mr. Steinberg and all those that took the time to talk with us today about their commitment to keeping small farms as farms, and also the commitment to safe drinking water for all.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Very well said. I think there's little I could add to what was just a really good encapsulation, particularly the point of feeling that, as you said, you read through the record and there does seem to be a little talking past, and I think that there's a commitment here. And what I see as a solution is much in line with what Mr. Steinberg and others have identified as a desire for a short-term bottled water solution that gets to a longer-term point of use solution that may be permanent. And as Mr. Polhemus said, which earlier, I apologize, I was inartful and I said he was advising us. Mr. Polhemus is not advising us on this item. Mr. Miller is, and staff. Mr. Polhemus is outside of the item. But either way, his point on the issue of point of use and point of entry products, again, you know, it's maybe it's sounding like a 3-year check-in where it's demonstrating that of course it's too costly to, you know, tie to a larger system or have a more a different permanent solution. So I think that in the solution space here, everyone is within the general space. I will say that it is for me a matter of deference and supporting the counties and local primacy authorities. You know, our counties are important partners in the provision of clean and safe drinking water. And here it's my desire to give a good bit of deference to the county's role, their solution, and upholding, because again, to Board Member Diadamo's point, or Vice Chair Diadamo's point, there wasn't a point where we could say there was anything wrong in the logic and the applicability of the law. But I think what it is most important is being committed to the solutions moving forward, because it's not unique to Blooming Camp in these situations. And what I would caution sometimes in the discussion around variance or treating rural communities completely different, they're having a different set of standards than particularly around MCLs, maximum contaminant limits, what we say is a threshold and need to have clean water. Yes, it's important to know that urban systems and rural systems, and I think we're continuing to not just understand that complexity, but reflect it in our program and our thinking. And we're about to have a discussion on our expenditure plan here. So this is actually an interesting segue. where we are trying to better understand affordability, better understand the stresses and the unique need for disadvantaged communities have both in the rural and the urban setting, and that there are different solution sets. And so here, again, it's this combination of point of use solutions as a more cost-saving alternative than to hooking up to a public water system if that's not available. And I hope there are ways that we can use this and some of this discussion as a model as to how do we best communicate the requirements. And to Mr. Bolhamus's point, we can't do the work for communities in this case. We can't do the work of their compliance, but we can certainly help and point and be more definitive as to the pathways that are available for systems and create a better system there. So so I'll just thank you, Vice Chair. Again, didn't mean to add too much more, just on the points of deference to the county, really strongly there, and then the cautioning of desiring to have a set of two different sets of standards that we apply to Californians. And I think that we have to be careful how we approach that, but we do understand that there are differences. That isn't to say that we can't and don't have the flexibility to account for how we treat these issues. But again, clean and safe drinking water, the provision thereof, I think it's something that we can all say we're definitely all dedicated to and committed to working to the ways that we can actually bring this to resolution. I don't see any change in my desire at this point, and what I see before as a very careful and thoughtful staff proposal. Again, this is the first time that the board is taking up this a petition this way, this discussion. It sets precedent, and I want, at least from my perspective, that it is about supporting the counties and a good bit of deference and appealing to the board and getting the board to completely overturn what has been a local decision. Will it'll have to rise to a higher level of evidence, I think, in the record for me. So.
And I did want to just, I was taking notes and failed to mention one other thing, and that is the sort of the policy overtones that have come up today in terms of affordable solutions. And with us embarking on the Safe Drinking Water Policy and Expenditure Plan, there will be a tremendous need, which we're undergoing the needs assessment and kicking off really the first year. But obviously there's a much greater need than what we have funding for. And I just really appreciate Assemblymember Keith Flora's appearance before us today, and do want to note that in the record of the comments, there were a number of jointly signed letters from elected officials that represent the area, including members of Congress. And so this has been a good opportunity, I think, for us, not just in terms of looking at this from a policy perspective and the legal requirements and the interface between the state board and local primacy counties, but also the broader solution on long-term affordability, and just appreciate the interest and make a commitment. I'm sure that we would all make this commitment to be engaged in those discussions regarding broader funding sources beyond that which we've just received under the Safe Drinking Water Plan.
Great points. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board members, McGuire, Firestone, other thoughts or questions, considerations?
Yeah, I don't know, Board Member McGuire, do you want to start? Otherwise, I can go after you.
I can go, sure. So really well said points by Vice Chair Diadamo and Chair Esquivel. I agree wholeheartedly with those findings. All of the issues that have been laid out as it relates to, first and foremost, just the order itself. I do find it to be appropriate, and in finding that there was no error in law here and that the county did appropriately handle the enforcement proceedings. So just in light of those two specific issues and the bookends on that, I do find that was correct today as I reviewed the order. When we get to issues of affordability and solutions for small water systems, I feel everything. I really appreciate all the comments today from Mr. Steinberg and everyone else. I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm an engineer, civil engineer, with a background working for small water systems, and I completely understand what you've been going through and looking at different alternatives and different solutions and trying to find one that's most affordable for your very small water system and a solution that'll work in the long term. It's not easy to do. So I do think we can be better at that. You know, yes, there's deference to the county. They are a local primacy agency, but we are, I think, a team trying to ensure safe drinking water for all Californians. And so to the extent that there are ways for us to better standardize the different types of options that are available, to provide clarity to the regulations, to provide templates or some sort of kind of default plan, you know, options or suite of options that are available to systems like yourselves. It sounds like there's actually much room for improvement there. And that is an area that we should be focused on in the near future, because I recognize that you are not alone. This is the first petition that we're considering here today. There's certainly going to be, I'm sure, other cases like this that come up where affordability is a key consideration. And so I do hope that the county works with you on this. I think we heard a commitment from them today to work with you. And I'd like to see that. And, you know, I hope to hear good news from you in the near future that you were able to find a solution, whether it's point of use, point of entry, or some other option that you've been thinking about. You know, I do want to see this work out for the best. So I'll just leave it at that. All the other comments were fantastic. And again, just agree with that. And I'll leave it at that for today. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that has been said. I very much empathize and you know, am concerned about the ability of especially small businesses, small systems being able to find a pathway to compliance for drinking water that can, you know, supply all users in their system, whether they're transient or community or non-transient, non-community systems. It's not easy, it's expensive. And I think this issue of affordability is one that, as all the board members have said, is something that I think we are very much discussing currently with the white paper that was developed around MCLs, as well as this next item that we'll be talking about with the SAFER program in terms of affordability thresholds and the types of assistance we can provide with the limited funds that we have. I also just appreciate the work and that's gone on, and I know the Assembly member Flora has been a leader in trying to develop funding sources for operations and maintenance and nitrate impacted communities and systems. So I think this continues to be an issue. I know in the Central Valley, there's the CV salts early action plans that could be a potential source for nitrate impacted systems in that area. I fully agree that we need to establish that we need to respect and support the role of our local primacy agencies. I think they are delegated that authority. And so I appreciate the deference standards that we're clarifying here. I also just think that it is important that we do both enforcement and assistance as we try to make sure that everyone in the state has access to safe and affordable drinking water. You know, in this case, I think it really does highlight the need for, as Board Member McGuire said, clarified pathways for, especially for small systems, small businesses that are trying to figure out what the options are. It seems like maybe there wasn't that the advice that was given from you know, various advisors to the to Bloomington Camp was didn't fully understand the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. I would hope that we as the state board and supporting our local primacy agencies can be providing clearer guidance, especially on point of use and expectations of transient systems to provide safe water for all users, and understanding clarity around bottled water options. My experience is that bottled water is a lot more expensive than point of use. So from affordability perspective, I think, you know, providing point of use to more of the users is actually probably more affordable. But of course, depends on the circumstance. And, you know, it's certainly not our decision or an analysis to make what a pathway is forward. But I do think we can help clarify what the options are under the law, and make sure that all the local primacy agencies have those sort of clear guidance to assist them in clarifying that with the systems that they regulate as well. I know point of use, we adopted regulation a few years ago. I think we can continue to figure out how we do better fact sheets and clarification as we you know, start to implement our new SAFER program in particular. So appreciate all the other comments that were made in the testimony. I think this is, you know, this is a hugely important issue, and I support the proposed order.
Great, thank you, board member. Yeah, I think of other communities, like say in the Eastern Coachella Valley, where I know there are proponents of point of use or point of entry as a longer term solution, we'll say, in a number of communities where, again, it may just never be economically feasible to connect to a larger system, and would be the longer term solution there. But again, I think that, yeah, the need for clarity is there. And I think there are ways as we further develop our drinking water program where we can explicitly do that and work with folks. And so, again, what I'm hearing as moving forward here is that bottled water as an interim solution is acceptable to bridge to what is the longer term solution, which we understand as lower cost is point of use and point of entry, and that the county and the State Water Board, Division of Drinking Water, are here to work. And as Bloomingcamp develops that plan and submits it to be clear as to what those pathways are, and continue to work here with Bloomingcamp and Mr. Steinberg. I will notice Mr. Steinberg has his hand up. I will provide you, Mr. Steinberg, an opportunity to give one last comment here before what I think is a vote that will be called. So, there you are. Good to see you.
Hello. Okay. Well, thank you. So first of all, I do want to thank the board for taking the time here. This is a very important issue that you've acknowledged, and we certainly appreciate that. Not only for Bloomingcamp, but for other small water systems that are affected. I do want to be clear on a couple of things. First of all, we never said that we would not meet the MCL. And we were not asking for an exemption from the MCL. We're looking at our questions are really around variances and exemptions to put us in a place where we can meet those affordably.
If I can just go ahead and respond on that point, what I heard then was further clarification that the variance language that is identified in the Safe Drinking Water Act is at the EPA level for things that have an MCL, and to develop alternative technologies as a variance. And at this point, that hasn't been developed as an opportunity. But what we do have is the discussion around point of use and point of entry,
correct?
Which I think will fulfill that same desire.
Correct.
To not, okay. Just want to make sure.
We agree. Okay. The second item is that Reed Johnson is our water engineer. So a water engineer has been engaged since the outset. We ask that we work with a state licensed water engineer as well. It's difficult to do enforcement and evaluation without being a water engineer. If Board Member McGuire would volunteer, we'd welcome you into discussion so you can see how things really happen. But we understand that may not be in your purview. And my last comment, Zach, don't take this the wrong way, but it's pretty sad that we need an attorney to interpret the regulations. And as I pointed out in my presentation, that this is one of the things, there's a big disclaimer across the regulations. And he acknowledged how all these things can be confusing, which is why we're at the situation that we're where we're at. So anything that you can do, you've mentioned that, anything you can do to provide clarity would be certainly appreciated, not only by ourselves, but by other small water systems as well. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Really appreciate that. I see Mr. Miller here. Do you want to provide any comment, and or Mr. Loffer? Any final feedback or thought to anything you've heard, or helpful clarification for the board?
So I'll go ahead and take just a quick moment here to comment on an issue that was raised by Mr. Steinberg, and it was in his original PowerPoint, and just to provide clarity for folks that are listening. The disclaimer language that is being referenced is actually disclaimer language that appears in pamphlets that are put out by the Division of Drinking Water that are essentially serving as compendiums of the various regulations that are officially posted by the Office of Administrative Law. And it also combines in with it the statutes as posted by Legislative Council. And both of those other sources are the authoritative sources, and of course, whatever they publish is the official law, and if there's any disagreement, it controls. And so I think what's happened is that disclaimer language is a little bit unfortunate in this particular context, and it's actually standard language that's been around since before those resources were available electronically. This was an instance where the Department of Public Health originally had begun compiling those and making them available on their intranet website so that people didn't have to pay for secondary or for the sources to be provided elsewhere. So as those technologies have evolved elsewhere, we may be seeing shifts, and those resources may not be available on the board's website anymore. But I think Board Member Firestone made an important point that we've come a long way, and we have a further way to go in terms of preparing fact sheets that help kind of synthesize how these different disparate elements of the drinking water program fit together. And as you heard Mr. Polhemus earlier today when he was describing some of the options and the interplay with point of use and point of entry, the fact that essentially their 3-year time fuse is designed so that there's at least a reevaluation every 3 years to see if there's a permanent long-term solution that could be in place, but that doesn't forestall their use in a situation like this. So trying to synthesize those items, put them into fact sheets so that people are aware of how the regulations work is something that we can continue to work on. And Mr. Miller, I don't know if you had any additional points you wanted to make. I did have one point before the board moved to a motion, which was that Mr. Polhemus had put some language out that he would like the board to consider. And if there is a motion made, I do have one point I'd like to make on that, which is for folks that were following along in the draft order, there was language that had been added in the June 24th version. It is on page 7. It is a concluding paragraph in section 4.1 of the draft order, and it's presently all underlined. When Mr. Polhemus was making his presentation, he had proposed to add a clause to it and ultimately presents. In rereading that concluding sentence to that new paragraph with the additional clause, we think it's appropriate to provide further clarity by removing the pronoun it and replacing it with Bloomingcamp, so that the whole sentence would now read, the county should continue to assist Bloomingcamp as Bloomingcamp, that's the first change, to replace it with Bloomingcamp, pursues, and then we have the language that was added by Deputy Director or proposed by Deputy Director Polhemus, which is to insert comma and ultimately presents comma, and then resume with the paragraph or the sentence and paragraph as it already reads, a legally permissible path to compliance. So if there is a motion, I would just ask that that change be made to remove the pronoun.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. And hopefully we can just, by reference, include in the motion your reading of that. Thank you. Any further discussion, fellow board members?
I'd be prepared to make a motion. So I moved adoption of the order with the changes read into the record by Mr. Polhemus and then further clarified by Mr. Loeffler.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the vote?
Certainly. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion carries and the item is adopted. I just, again, really appreciate Mr. Steinberg and all the commenters today and the really great discussion here. This wasn't an easy item. It wasn't an easy discussion, I know, but it is and ties into so much of the work that the board has been doing these last 5 years as the Division of Drinking Water is further incorporated into our agency and speaks to the continued work ahead, which is a lot. And I think we'll hear a bit of that for sure in our next discussion with the fund expenditure plan, which is tied to our safe and affordable fund, which for those of you that may not know, was a piece of legislation passed last year, signed by the governor proudly as an effort to bring $130 million a year for operation and maintenance and really complementing all the capital dollars and all the other funds we have to address small systems, to be able to fulfill the human right to water in the state. So relevant item, and I really appreciate everyone again and look forward to further work here. So we're at the lunch hour. So I apologize for going through the morning without a break here. Hopefully everyone has felt free to take a break that they've needed. And we will break for 30 minutes at this point so that we have time to gather up and then go through with item number 6, which will be itself a very good and meaty discussion. Mr. Loeffler, any considerations before we head out?
No, I was just going to encourage folks who are participating via the Zoom platform, if they can and it's not a hindrance to them, just go ahead and leave the connection open because that will save some resources for Ms. Townsend and myself in terms of admitting people back into the meeting.
Thank you. Yes, appreciate that note. And with that, I think we'll go in and just say, where am I? Yeah, 12:30 on the nose. We'll be back in here and we'll continue on with item number 6. And thank you everyone for a very productive morning and great conversation. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Joaquin.
All right, we're at 12:30. I'll wait for, I think, the rest of my board members to come on camera here in a moment. And staff can start to prepare themselves. Hi, Jasmine. Good to see you. I think my other board members will be flipping on their cameras here, but we're already at 12:31. So if we wanted, we could go ahead and start in on the item.
All right.
Actually,
Good afternoon, Chair.
Sorry, Jasmine. This is Michael. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Chair Escobar, can we make
Sure.
sure that we actually have a quorum present since this is actually
That's
a
a good point. That's a good point. Thank you. Actually, don't start yet, Jasmine. I'll allow my fellow board members to come in a couple of moments late here. You know, Tam wouldn't stand for this. Yes, and now we have a quorum. Thank you. Tam wouldn't stand for this, you know. We're 2 minutes behind now. Good to see you, Jasmine. Now you can officially start. We do have a quorum here, so good to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jasmine Oaxaca, Supervising Water Resource Control Engineer from the Division of Financial Assistance. And today we are proposing adoption of the fiscal year 2020-21 Fund Expenditure Plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Next, please. I wanted to remind everyone why we are here. After the creation of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund last July through SB 200, this began the development of 2 key documents for the fund: an overarching policy and an annual fund expenditure plan, or plan. To highlight what these documents are, the policy, which was adopted in May, is the overarching document with eligible entities, project types, funding strategy and prioritization, short-term and long-term goals, and metrics. The plan is adopted annually and is more specific to each fiscal year. The plan defines financing requirements for recipients, the specific fiscal year's proposed funding distribution, the different types of eligible projects, the fiscal year's approach for prioritizing different types of solutions given the anticipated demand, numeric goals for the metrics established in the policy, and also includes a progress summary. Any funds we spend from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, for this new fiscal year must be spent consistent with the fund expenditure plan. Next, please. This is the timeline for the fund expenditure plan, which we've been working on in parallel with the policy. We've discussed various elements of the plan at 3 advisory group meetings since February, had a board workshop on it back in May, released the draft for public comment on May 28th, and are here today for the board's consideration of adoption. Next, please. As a reminder that while SB 200 established the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, for which we have developed the policy and fund expenditure plan, this fund is just one part of the larger SAFER program. This is a snapshot estimate of funds available to achieve the SAFER program's goals for the coming fiscal year for drinking water projects, totaling about $500 million. This comes from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund and other complementary funding available for drinking water projects. The $117 million of Safe and Affordable Drinking Water funds represent the maximum available for local assistance, since about $13 million will be used to support staff costs. The $183 million combined of general fund allocations and bond funds represent the remaining funding available from those sources. The Drinking Water State Revolving Fund principal forgiveness or non-repayable loans portion represents remaining funds from prior year US EPA capitalization grants and anticipated funding for fiscal year 2020-21. We receive these SRF capitalization grants annually. There is also $110 million in Prop 1 groundwater funding available for drinking water projects. Again, this is an estimate of funds available to us this next fiscal year, 2020-21, to go towards drinking water projects, both capital and non-capital, in small disadvantaged communities, approximately $496 million. Once completed in spring 2021, the Division of Drinking Water and UCLA needs analysis will provide the initial estimate of overall capital demand, as well as estimates for interim solutions, state smalls, and domestic wells. Next, please. Staff have proposed the following as top priorities for the plan. Address emergency and any urgent funding needs where other emergency funds are not available and where a critical water shortage or outage could occur without support from the fund. Consistent with the policy, we do not expect the fund to be used extensively for this purpose. However, we do expect the fund to be used primarily to address the following three priority areas. Address community and school water systems out of compliance with primary health standards. Accelerate consolidations for systems out of compliance and those potentially at risk. And provide interim solutions for state smalls and domestic wells with source water above a primary maximum contaminant level and initiate efforts for long-term solutions. Note that complementary funding that's part of the larger SAFER program, especially the funds available for capital projects, will also generally align with these same priorities. Next, please. While we are not anticipating to need to use the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund for relief from revenue shortfall in fiscal year 2020-21, this is a possibility, and if so, we will adjust our proposed fund target expenditures, goals, and performance targets accordingly. As of now, as we continue to anticipate $130 million for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund this coming year, we are proposing by type of solution, $19 million for interim solutions and emergencies, $30 million in technical assistance, 0 to fund administrators. Note that we still have funds available to use for this from AB 72. $6 million for planning, $10 million for direct O&M support to support consolidations, and $49 million for construction, for a total of $114 million. As you can see on the right, we also provided a subtotal by type of water system. The remaining funds will be going towards pilot projects and staff costs to total $130 million. Staff have proposed that to the extent that less than 130 million is transferred to the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, staff cost obligations associated with authorized program positions must be met. After meeting these cost obligations, all other targets will be proportionally reduced to ensure target expenditures do not exceed the total funding available. Next, please. Looking ahead, we want to build on our progress in our first year of implementation and have established specific numeric goals for the coming fiscal year. The new goals build on the investments we made this past year, the proposed distribution of funds, and anticipation of being fully staffed up across the SAFER program. For the first year of implementation, we had goals to provide interim solutions to 75 communities and schools. As of the end of June, we provided to 173, executed or completed planning assistance projects to 100 communities. 72 were completed as of the end of June, and completed long-term solutions to 75 communities. 67 were completed as of the end of June. So for the new fiscal year, we are setting higher goals of interim solutions to 150 communities and schools, planning assistance to 150 communities, and completed long-term solutions to 100 communities. Next, please. Shifting focus towards the plan's revisions, we received 16 comment letters, and I will be highlighting a few themes of comments that we received. More details on our responses to all comments are captured in the response to comments table posted on our website. We received a lot of positive feedback and general support of our proposed priorities and funding approach, and appreciation of our taking into consideration a lot of feedback received from the advisory group and stakeholders. We received various requests for additional information or displaying information differently. We were able to address some of those requests that were easily made, and other information will be obtained through the statewide needs analysis expected to be completed in spring 2021. Next, please. We received quite a few comments that our staff costs are too high and should not take away from the intent of SB 200 to provide safe and affordable drinking water to every Californian. We wanted to note that staff costs to administer the new Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund are within the 5% cap, and that the additional staff resources are needed to implement the numerous components mandated by SB 200, such as appointing administrators, conducting the needs analysis, developing the high-risk aquifer map, and others. The SB 200 program positions authorized by the governor and legislature through the budget are paid from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Next, please. We also received suggestions that more funds be directed towards solutions for communities served by state smalls and domestic wells. Since we are in the very initial stages of obtaining data and information around state smalls and high-risk aquifers, we feel that our current target of 20 million, that is 5 million in interim solutions, 5 million in technical assistance, and 10 million in construction is appropriate. Next, please. We received many comments around the affordability threshold, including requests to change it from 1.5% of the statewide median household income, or MHI, to 2.5% of the MHI, which is used by US EPA. For this iteration of the fund expenditure plan, we have kept the affordability threshold as is, but have highlighted those systems that exceed 2.5% of the MHI. Requests were made to not include the list of systems that do not meet the affordability threshold, given the lack of data. 40% of water systems did not report on their water rates. Inclusion of this list is a requirement of SB 200, and this iteration ahead of the statewide needs analysis took available information from the electronic annual report. The needs analysis will help with obtaining additional rate information. Lastly, a few requests were made to consider all water charges in calculation of rates and affordability. The affordability threshold will be a key topic for ongoing consideration and collaboration with the advisory group and other stakeholders in the coming year. Next, please. Now I'm going to hand it over to Amanda Ford in our Office of Public Participation to share more about our most recent SAFER Advisory Group meeting.
Hi, thank you, Jasmine. Hello, Board Esquivel, board members, and everyone else joining us today. Can you hear me okay? Oh, and now you can probably see me too. I took the blocker off.
Good to see you. Hello, Amanda.
Oh, good. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm usually incognito. So yeah, I just wanted to provide an update here. On June 12th, the State Water Board staff convened the 4th SAFER Advisory Group meeting, and later that afternoon, we convened a separate question and answer session for the general public. Advisory group members provided feedback on the following safe and affordable drinking water fund, the fund expenditure plan topics, which I'll show you in just a second. And today I'm just going to summarize a few of those key takeaways that Jasmine didn't already cover in her presentation and just go a little bit into that meeting. So on June 12th, we had the SAFER Advisory Group meeting in the morning. We had 123 viewers. 90 of them were members of the public and 15 participants were internal State Water Board staff. And 17 of the 19 advisory group members were present. 2 of them had prior commitments and couldn't make it. The afternoon SAFER question and answer webinar on the fund expenditure plan. We had 53 viewers for that. 35 of them were members of the public with 8 internal staff viewing that, and we had 10 advisory group members participate. So now I'll just go over the questions that we covered in that advisory group meeting, so you can advance the slide. The questions that we had and asked the advisory group members to discuss are written there on your screen. This was, how do the fund, the fiscal year 2021 priorities align with community needs? How does the fund target expenditures for fiscal year 2021 align with, sorry about that. They're 2 separate things and I read it incorrectly. And then finally, how do the outcomes, goals, and metrics align with community needs? So you can see here that a lot of our conversation was just trying to understand from the advisory group's perspective, how this whole plan was aligning with their community needs and community needs throughout California. So now I'm just going to summarize a few of the takeaways from there. The next slide. So there were 3 main areas that we got feedback in. One was capacity building and environmental justice. The one was details, specifically specific details in the fund expenditure plan. And then finally was just the safer funding processes in general. So many members expressed satisfaction with the sensible priorities in the plan, and they were happy with the progress that is being made, but they did have some comments. For capacity building and environmental justice, they were really interested in learning more and seeing the relationships built with communities throughout the implementation of the program, and how the State Water Board is supporting community access, engagement, and participation. And particularly, how can the State Water Board support community leaders in areas without internet and technology, and how can they access and continue to participate in the safer program and processes. They talked a lot about how communities locally can be drivers for their own water system priorities. And they just wanted to further understand our outreach approach, in particular for out of compliance water systems and at-risk systems, particularly domestic wells and tribal areas. They also had some detailed feedback on the plan itself. They expressed that the word fee can sometimes be misleading, and that the terminology used for fee is sometimes represented as a one-time charge for late fees, penalties, so that word might not be the best thing. And they were just talking about how we could make the language a little more accessible. They also had some comments on financial tables and how things were presented, and if we could present those in a way that might be a little bit more simplified and easier to understand, or at least create different versions of them. And lastly, for the plan itself, they requested a better incorporation of tribal water system data. And then for the funding processes in general, the advisory group members recommended that metrics be evaluated and tracked to measure the effectiveness of funding categories such as administrators, consolidations, affordability, technical assistance, and direct O&M. They also recommended the State Water Board develop a list to identify water systems that have applied for funding and TA assistance and water systems that have not applied in order to get the assistance for the application process. So overall, we had pretty good responses and really good discussion. And we'll be able to answer any questions about that meeting or anything else. I'm going to hand it back to Jasmine now so she can wrap up our presentation before we take further questions. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Amanda. So before we get into the questions, I wanted to say that while Joe and I have often been the face of the SAFER program, particularly around the policy and the fund expenditure plan, at this time, I wanted to acknowledge all the support we have received to bring us to this point about a year after SB 200 passed. So from our team and colleagues across the Division of Financial Assistance, to Darren, Andrew, and Michelle's team in the Division of Drinking Water, to Adriana's team in the Office of Public Participation, the Division of Water Quality for the Groundwater Quality Map, to Janine, our clerk to the board and her team, and our support from the Office of Chief Counsel, our Division of Information Technology, and others across the Water Board. Many thanks to all who have contributed to the SAFER program this past year. And at this time, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. I want to echo the thanks to just the incredible team that we have on the State Water Board side and the increasing capacity, thankfully, that we've been able to achieve because of this program. Around this discussion to further put a point on how we best implement what is a tall order and with some uncertainties, if we're being candid in the program. And so just thank you as well for that really great presentation. I don't have any questions, particularly at this point. Would open it up to fellow board members if there's something that they would like to bring up or say or flag before we move on to comment.
Yeah, I just, and I'm, this is just building off of what staff presented. I just wanted to acknowledge that, this item today is the first time that this board will be considering this fund expenditure plan for this new program. I think it's a huge milestone for us as as this issue has evolved from, recognition of the human right to water, passage of that act, and the work that's gone into ensuring there's resources to live up to that policy. I know it's been a signature issue for this governor and administration, and is like of the highest priority to this board. And I think in this first year as we adopt it, one thing I wanted to note is just how proud I am of the process that we've done, and I think you outlined well in terms of how we're approaching this. I think this is a huge responsibility, and with that, I think we've approached it in a way that is really respecting and utilizing the expertise of those most impacted, those really on the forefront of developing solutions and understanding the context and challenges. So in particular, I think, the work that the advisory group has put in and helped us do, I think we've learned a lot how to better utilize those expertise. And I just so appreciate the work of staff and the participants and leaders in that group that have made that successful. I think they really helped shape, how this board is approaching this issue. And it's interesting because it also shows in the fact that the first draft that we were able to provide was informed already from a lot of the discussion and guidance that they provided. So wanted to call that out. Also just note that there's been, in addition to the advisory group, a really robust effort to engage the public with question and answer sessions, in addition to the public workshops and comment periods. I think that's vital because the only way this program is going to be successful is if we have, if we all have a common vision and understanding of the challenges that we're trying to address and the context that we're in and the tools and strategies that we're using. Lastly, I think that I just wanted to note, as we discuss this more, that this is, the first plan that we will be adopting. I think one thing I really appreciate about the plan before us is the clear goals and metrics and sort of fuller context of this program and a commitment to continuing to track how we're meeting those goals, making sure that we're building in really accessible tools to help us and the public be able to both see how that implementation is going and continue to learn from that. I think this is an area that there's going to be a lot of learning in. So yeah, I think just recognizing that I see the process that we used for development of this plan as really a continued commitment to ensuring that we're approaching this program overall, the SAFER program overall, with really robust collaboration with, water systems, impacted residents, and other experts and leaders in this area. And also just, wanted to say another thank you to staff, I think have really made that possible. So appreciate that.
Thank you so much, board member. Vice Chair, Board Member McGuire, anything to say at this point?
I just have a couple of thank you for the presentation and echo the sentiments that were shared on the significance of the program, of course, and the amazing amount of progress that's been made in the past year, which has frankly gone by really quickly. And I know there's so much work to do, but it really is remarkable what we've accomplished thus far. So I just have a couple questions on the presentation, if I may. And one is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure I have your slide numbers. But I think it's slide 7, which are the performance metrics for this past year, and then also for the proposed for the coming year. So, one thing I'm cognizant of is what you shared, which is that there's some uncertainty with the fund this year, and that it's not set in stone, as it were, that we will in fact have all of the $130 million available. And so I'm keeping that in the back of my mind as we're thinking about targets, as we're thinking about funding allocation, as we're thinking about having to redirect. If we do find that the funding is restricted in some fashion, how will we make those types of tough decisions when there are difficult trade-offs to be made, and knowing that there are so many communities that need support of this program right now. And so, just as I appreciate, we need to have metrics. We need to have a better understanding of what our goals are and how we're going to accomplish them, because I do feel strongly that that's an appropriate way to kind of hold ourselves accountable and be transparent with the work that we're doing. But at the same time, I do find myself wanting to know where the metrics are coming from and how we feel that they're achievable. And so just a question for staff, Jasmine or anyone, where did the metrics come from for this year? for the interim solutions, the planning, and long-term solutions. How did we arrive at those numbers?
Hi, this is Joe Karkowski. I'll take that for question. So we had a lot of internal discussion and dialogue around each of those numbers to talk about what we felt was achievable, and also realizing we're building on what we did in fiscal year 1920. So a lot of those investments that we made, you know, we're just now in a space where we're completing those funding agreements, say with our technical assistance providers, you know, the nonprofits that are providing bottled water on a regional scale, or interim solutions on a regional scale, or you know, we also have a program for schools as well. So a lot of those are, we'll see the fruits of those labor this fiscal year. So we made the investment 1920. I think we'll see a lot of the benefits of that in this fiscal year. So that's part of what we're considering. You know, and if you recall, we made, I don't think we had a slide on this, but we made some pretty huge investments in technical assistance in 1920. So a lot of that technical assistance will go to accelerating planning projects. So you know, that's that particular goal. So we really feel like with that large investment, also setting aside some of the funds from this fiscal year for additional technical assistance, that will really help with the planning efforts. On the sort of the longer term solution side, between ourselves and DDW, it includes metrics associated with construction, putting in more long-term solutions, as well as consolidation. So we kind of looked at what is reasonable and feasible given what we have in the queue, because as you know, those kind of longer term solutions, it's not like we're going from, you know, the start line to finish line this fiscal year. All of those things have been in process. So it's actually maybe a little easier to do than you might think. It's more like if you asked me to project out exactly next fiscal year based on all these uncertainties, that would be much harder to do. You know, because I don't know what kind of investments we will be able to make this fiscal year, and which agreements we might be able to get in place. It all depends on the timing of when we actually see the money show up in the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. I know as much as I understand anyway, that there, you know, if you look at the different buckets of funding for operations and maintenance, or for interim solutions, or for long-term, there hasn't been a specific project or list of projects targeted for each of those funding pots for this year. So again, when you add all that up and then look at the goals, I'm trying to understand how all that fits together. And then if there ultimately, you know, if there is a reduction in funding, you know, how would those sort of trade-off decisions be made? So anyway.
Yeah, and so I'm sorry, one other point I should make is, you know, we plan to come back to the board in September with an update, because by that time we're hoping to get some clarity on, you know, what the fund is looking like, what the status is. You know, the other thing that we just learned recently with the passing of the budget was a lot of the general fund appropriations that were set to expire or potentially revert are actually now available. So we have that in the mix as well.
Great. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
So I appreciate your questions, Board Member McGuire. I had similar concerns, and Mr. Krakowski and I spoke last week about this, and one of the things that helped to better satisfy me was what he just said, that these are projects in the queue and coming back in September. But also, could you, Mr. Krakowski, talk a little bit about the needs assessment? Because, I mean, initially, I was looking at CMUA and Aqua's letter that raised this issue and had a discussion with them, and did sort of feel like it was putting the cart before the horse. But it sounds like, you know, you've thought this through, but just would like for you to talk a little bit more about the needs assessment and, you know, ongoing opportunities for the advisory committee to weigh in on this. And hopefully in future years, that slide can provide some additional detail and the plan can provide some additional detail about what went into those performance metric numbers.
Right. Yeah. So, you know, for those of you who have been involved in this a lot, you may recall that there's SB 623 that envisioned a fee so the fund would slowly kind of build up, right? And so the development of the needs assessment and the investment the legislature made in that was with that in mind. You know, like you do a needs assessment first, then you figure out where to spend the money. So it was a blessing and curse. We got the money right away, the initial investment, but we didn't have all the data and information. It wasn't like we didn't have any information, of course. So that's where we did the best we could with the information we had readily available. We talked about this, I think, at the board workshop, you know, where DFA and DDW staff sat down with the local primacy agencies and talked about the status of various systems out of compliance and where we could make some additional investments in our staff time or resources. So certainly we have incomplete information. You know, Jasmine mentioned that as well, even on trying to figure out affordability numbers and water rates. We anticipate addressing a lot of those data gaps. And, you know, Andrew or Darren can talk more about that if you like, through the needs assessment, which we anticipate being complete in the springtime. And then once we have a chance to look at that, we'll be able to make, I think, better decisions on, you know, not just those systems that are out of compliance, but importantly, which systems are at risk and maybe on the verge of being out of compliance. I think that will inform the board quite a bit next year on how best to make those investments. And then the other big information gap, of course, is with the state smalls and domestic well users. And I think that'll be, I think, a longer term effort to identify what those needs are and what the best approach is for longer term solutions.
And Joe, a friendly amendment, I would add tribes, I think, in that list of folks. And I know that's a particular interest for stakeholders, but also staff. And there have been discussions and opportunities as well with Oasis Mobile Home Park and other actions on tribal and Alati land. So. Okay, anything further from fellow board members? I think a really big and important point is this is a first year of what will be a yearly expenditure plan and process. And particularly in these first years of the program, we're building it. And we're building it together, most importantly, to Board Member Firestone's points about community engagement and the amount of process. I think that we've been really mindful and intent around in ensuring that we're listening as much as we can to synthesize as much as we can. And again, in this first year, just kind of, we're building it as it's being developed. And so it will necessarily mean things are being put into the needs analysis discussion, and we'll have a better plan for it next year. And so I think what we'll be, and I'll be interested to hear is, and making sure that we do, is explicitly identifying those points in the needs analysis development where communities can get engaged and water systems as well. And we can further tease out these issues around, affordability and how we really look at risk systems, to your point, Joe, and really start to get in front of this challenge that we face. But for a first year, and it's been incredible work, and it's been because of the real commitment from so many of the groups we're about to hear from, actually, in their assistance and the development of this, and the continued work in getting the program to be a successful, enduring part of the work that we're all doing. So thank you. I'll go ahead and turn it over now to the speaker cards. And first up, it looks like we have Cindy Tuck, as it also says here on our helpful counter from the Association of California Water Agencies. So Cindy.
All right.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all. So Cindy Tuck with the Association of California Water Agencies. Thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I want to commend the staff for the work on this project. It's, like was said, it's work across divisions and offices, a huge effort. So we really commend the staff's work on this. I also want to thank staff for the changes that were made based on the joint Aqua and CMUA letter. We appreciate those changes. And there's 3 points that I'd like to raise for the board's consideration today. The first 2 relate to the proposed priorities in the draft plan. And generally we agree with those priorities. This is really getting into the fine tuning, I would say. So the first one, and these priorities, they're on page 12 of the document, the second paragraph on page 12, for those who want to look at this. But the draft says that you will, in addressing the non-compliant systems, that you'll focus on small disadvantaged communities. And when we look at the statute, look at SB 200, it says that a priority for this fund expenditure plan is assisting disadvantaged communities. And it says that, you know, without regard to size. So we'd suggest deleting the word small, although recognizing, you know, helping the small communities is very important. But that would give you more flexibility, and it's consistent with that part of the statute. So that's the first comment. And then the second comment's in the same area. One of the elements of the proposed priorities talks about accelerating consolidations. And in SB 200, it talks about using the fund or priority for the fund being helping on consolidations when they are feasible. And so we would just suggest adding to this part, you know, when they are feasible, consistent with that part of SB 200. Both of those comments are based on one section in the Health and Safety Code. It's section 116769 subdivision C. So those are the first 2 comments relating to priorities. And then the last comment that I wanted to bring up today relates to the short-term goals. And these come up in the new version. It's on page 47. First of all, we support that the staff has presented in here goals and metrics. We think accountability for programs in general is important. And when you're talking about this much money, having good accountability and goals, you know, that's very important. But the specific comment is that this draft for this first fund expenditure plan is proposing short-term goals for 2 years out and for 4 years out. And there's narrative part to that that's very good, but then there are numeric parts for 2 years out, 4 years out. For example, proposing complete dissolution of a minimum of 200 public water systems, state smalls or residential communities supplied by domestic well or individual surface water sources, et cetera. That would be one of the goals that you're looking at today. And our concern is that we think this gets ahead of the needs assessment, the needs analysis. So we like the narrative goals, but when you start saying you're going to have 200 of this type of solution or 500 of this type of solution, to us, that's getting ahead of the facts that the staff and others are putting together on the needs analysis. Again, good to have goals, good to have the narrative language, but these specific numbers, there's a concern that you would have the goal driving what the solution is, as opposed to the needs analysis and the facts on the ground for a particular system driving what the solution would be. So that's our concern on that. Again, this is in the fine tuning of the document. Overall, we think staff did a very good job, and again, great work across a lot of people, and in particular, of course, the Division of Drinking Water and the Division of Financial Assistance. So those are our comments, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stuck. I don't think I have any questions, any board member with questions or comments. I really appreciate the flags and the comments, and again, the continued work. I understand, these are sort of a refining mode. I think I'll maybe just make a quick comment on the last request regarding the 2 items. It seems there's some numerics around 2-year and 4-year goals. It sounds like there's some initial thought that staff kind of put into there. what I think it is important to remember is that next year we will be adopting an entirely different expenditure plan. Well, not entirely different, we'll say an iterative. It may not be entirely different, but to the extent that there is anything outside of this year, it's really this year that the plan is most really focused on. And if there are these maybe mentions or nudges, there may be explainer as to why those numbers. And I will say on the dissolution, or we'll say maybe consolidation, or sort of reducing a number, I think right now what we're seeing is on the voluntary side about 50 systems a year or so that are voluntarily kind of coming to consolidation. And it may, and this is just off the top of my head, I think it may be reflective of just kind of what we're expecting to see anyway in some of there. But again, to your point, and I think what I'm agreeing is that this is just for this year, and we should be careful about, and this doesn't tie us to then strong numeric goals in the years coming up ahead. That is really the needs assessment discussion. And I agree with you that we'll have to be careful there, whether or not we need to go in and offer amendment here. I'll think about it along with your other suggestions. So but thank you. And I think, and saying I agree that there's that separation in some of this work. And so, I think it's important to remember again that this is this year's plan, and next year we will have another adoption, and again, further refinement through the needs analysis. And that there are data points here and there that, again, are just kind of placeholders. And so thank you. I appreciate it, as always.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Jonathan Young, who's with the California Municipal Utilities Association. Mr. Young, you should be invited to share your camera if you wish, or just your audio.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate the comments that my colleague at Aqua, Cindy Tuck, made. We are very, very appreciative to staff on all their hard work on this issue. In our letter, we did ask for the Excel spreadsheets, and we saw that staff did that. So we're very grateful that the data requests have been quickly changed. We think that's a great step forward, and we know this is an ongoing target as more data comes in. There's more data available to staff. So we look forward to their great work moving forward. We just want to reiterate the comments that Cindy made regarding the metrics, as well as some of the language changes. But we think this is a fantastic effort by staff. They put in a lot of work. They've listened to a lot of input from a lot of different parties. And we think this is a really good plan. It's a first step, and we look forward to being part of the future discussions on fund expenditure plans and with the affordability threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Really appreciate that. And a note, yes, on the data side, I think Amanda went over some concerns that we heard from the advisory committee as well around the presentation, say, of the tables, and kind of, I'll flag that the expenditure plan lives as a PDF document, so we're kind of limited on how visually and how we kind of arrange it, data on that, and it's why we dedicated and did release a Excel spreadsheet so you can better manipulate that. Even more so, as we discuss this needs analysis, is the discussion around what the platform looks like moving forward, insofar as not needing to wait for an expenditure plan and a table to understand the projects that are moving forward, the analyses that is going on, the discussions, but how it might live in real time on the website. And so I know that that's a commitment for us as board members, and I think as a program to continue to move in that direction. And we hear that from the advisory committee. I hear that from Amanda, and hear from you, Jonathan, as well, where it's helpful because you can't, it's a lot of information. And so it's not just going to display well on a PDF. And we have to be thinking about how we use those tools to have a better discussion amongst us. So thank you, and thanks for that commitment. Next up, we have Michael Claiborne with the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And you should be invited to share and unmic. Or on mute, I guess, as the case may be.
All right, I think I got it to work. Good afternoon. Michael Claiborne, a senior attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of adoption of the 2020-2021 Fund Expenditure Plan. I think I'd start by saying that staff deserve to be commended for their work in so far implementing SB 200 generally, and for the work on the Fund Expenditure Plan in particular. The advisory group meetings have been increasingly productive, and I think DFA, DDW, and OPP staff should be commended and appreciated for that work. Community engagement, especially of those most impacted by drinking water contamination and tap water contamination, is going to be critical going forward, and we've seen a lot of that, so really appreciate all of that work. As noted in some of our written comments, the first draft of the expenditure plan reflects many of the comments that advisory group members made, as well as members of the public. So we appreciate that. The newly revised draft is improved in a couple of ways that I'd like to highlight. First, we appreciate the new goal of decreasing energy use and/or increasing use of renewable energy as part of drinking water solutions. Implemented thoughtfully, this fund has the potential to increase climate resilience and decrease emissions and energy use related to pumping and groundwater treatment. So we think that's a really good goal and a good focus of the fund. We also appreciate the inclusion of a new goal for improving confidence in and reliance upon tap water as part of drinking water solutions. In our view, a project really isn't complete just because the construction project is finished. There's a need for community engagement, outreach, a communications plan around the steps that have been taken to make sure that water is safe to drink so that people actually trust their water again. And that's a critical piece that's often overlooked, and it really results in a better solution if people end up using the water that we've spent so much time to make safe. With respect to work that still needs to be done, and a few of these are already acknowledged, or maybe all of them. One is the affordability threshold needs further refinement, so we look forward to those conversations and engaging there. We also look forward to engaging in design and implementation of the proposed point of use and affordability pilot projects. Those were really good inclusions in the expenditure plan, and we look forward to implementing those. And then we're also eager to begin the conversation with stakeholders and DFA, DDW about coordination between SAFER and CV salts. Two just final thoughts. Systems struggling with secondary contaminants and are properly not the focus of this expenditure plan at this juncture. However, we do think that the board does need to start thinking about secondary drinking water contaminants and solutions there, and taking advantage of opportunities to improve water quality and consumer acceptance. We work with a lot of communities that don't have a primary drinking water contaminant, but they have brown, sandy water contaminated with things like manganese, and that's should be a focus of the fund as well. And it's also supported by Health and Safety Code 116681, which defines safe drinking water to include meeting both primary and secondary contaminants, or MCLs. And the last thought we had was just as part of the needs assessment and fund implementation, there's a really urgent need to develop a solutions list for state smalls and domestic well communities. I think staff definitely sees that as a focus of the next year in the needs assessment. So just looking forward to continuing that work. And just to close, thank you for the opportunity to comment and to participate in the advisory group. Really look forward to continuing to work on this. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Claiborne. Next, we have Stacy Taylor from Mesa Water District. And Ms. Taylor, you should be receiving an invitation to either share your screen or just audio.
Okay, I think I'm on now.
You are. Hello.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and State Water Board members. Yes, I'm Stacy Taylor, Water Policy Manager for Mesa Water District. And I too want to commend staff and the State Water Board on achieving this milestone. We've definitely come a long way. It's a good approach. It's a good process. And we certainly appreciate being heard and the public participation as well. So thank you for that. As many of you are aware, we have been highly engaged on the issue of water affordability for disadvantaged communities and residents. And we look forward to being part of the solution with you to achieving the state's human right to water. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Claiborne's comment on outreach as being very important once the water is made safe. So that was a very good point, and we definitely support that. But again, our comments today will focus on the affordability threshold. And first, we fully support the stakeholder process proposed in the revised draft expenditure plan for refining the affordability threshold. And we do hope to be invited to participate in that process because we have been so highly engaged. Second, our comment letter, and I won't go into the details, but we did bring up the issue with the word fees. And although this word is indeed from the Health and Safety Code, for the reasons stated earlier, we need to be mindful of the fact that this is a misnomer for referring to residential water costs. And lastly, with respect to the affordability threshold section of the plan on pages 10 and 11 of the clean version, and as well as the affordability table in the revised draft appendices to the plan, still mentions only rates for determining the residential cost of water. And we just want to reiterate the importance for accuracy, transparency, consistency, and equity of looking beyond the rates only for determining the full true cost of water that residents pay to their system. If we ignore that, we potentially ignore significant costs that residents in disadvantaged communities pay to their water system. And this would not only be unfair to those residents, but also contrary to the intent of SB 200. So we do need to look at the fixed cost, which is the water meter charge, the variable cost, which is the rate, and then any taxes and assessments, which are costs paid to the water system by property owners, including homeowners and housing providers who pass this cost along to their renters. Community water systems are nonprofits. Our revenues must equal expenses, and so these revenue categories are fungible, and how the cost of water is determined for the affordability threshold will certainly influence how water systems pass their costs on to residents. For instance, if only rate is used, then a water system could put most of its costs on the rate just to look unaffordable and be eligible for state funding. Conversely, a water system could make itself look very affordable by putting most of its costs on the water meter charge, or fund water quality and accessibility improvements by bypassing the water bill and instead placing a special assessment on the property tax bill. So again, we have to consider rates, meter charge, taxes, and assessments to determine the total amount charged for water services that residents pay, either through their rent, their water bill, and or their property tax bill. This concept has been supported by California Water Association, Cal Mutuals, Golden State Water Company, the Community Water Systems Alliance, and others. And again, thank you for the opportunity, and this concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. Thank you for the cogent remarks and points. I think we're definitely committed to ensuring we have a very comprehensive understanding of not just rates, as you said, but the full picture of the financial health of these particularly small and at-risk and or failing systems. There too, I even think, amongst the sort of items that are there to kind of be considered is also shutoffs and the fees perhaps associated with those, which, if there's a lot of shutoffs happening in an agency, may constitute actually quite a bit of activity and dollars that are part of that whole comprehensive pie of operations. So just thank you so much for, again, Ms. Taylor, your continued, and Mesa Water District particularly, continued engagement with us on all this. I know that, again, but for the leadership throughout the communities in the state, we don't have these really critical opportunities to get this right. And so we look forward to, again, in very specific intent ways, following up on this discussion on affordability, and also though how we do best to categorize what's actually happening out there and make sure our programs are actually be responsive and successful and meeting the need. So again, just thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. Really appreciate the comments. And so with that, I think we have Adam Robin with the North American California Water Association.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members. I'm Adam Robin with the Northern California Water Association. We appreciate this opportunity to comment on the State Board's Fund Expenditure Plan. NACWA represents water districts, water companies, rural communities, local governments, and landowners across the Sacramento River Basin. We're committed to working to help advance comprehensive solutions to advance drinking water solutions in our local communities. With that in mind, it's appropriate for us to recognize today's proposed adoption of the Fund Expenditure Plan as a significant milestone for all the reasons laid out by Board Member Firestone. NACWA supported SB 200, and we support the adoption of the Fund Expenditure Plan today. As as California moves toward full adoption of the broader SAFER program, and specifically with the utilization of this fund, we feel strongly that successful implementation of sustainable drinking water solutions will require utilization of both policy tools and financial resources available to the state, as well as the knowledge and expertise of local communities and water managers. For our part, NACWA is convening a North State Drinking Water Solutions Network to serve as a forum for all interested parties to share information and coordinate their efforts aimed at ensuring that all communities in the region have access to safe drinking water. We very much appreciate the participation of the State Board and DDW staff in that effort, as well as the technical assistance providers, nonprofits, community members, and others that are involved. I'd also note that we support the constructive proposals that were put forward by both Aqua and CMUA and appreciate the inclusion of many changes consistent with those comments in the draft version of the fund expenditure plan that'll be that's up for consideration later today. We recognize and appreciate that the plan will be updated annually moving forward, and we look forward to participating in those future processes. In closing, we really want to sincerely thank the board, staff, the advisory group, and all stakeholders for getting us to today. We look forward to the good work and collective effort to come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robin. Next, we have Patricia Avila Garcia from the Community Water Center. Or Patricia, or Patty, good to see you. I don't think we can hear you at this point.
Savia Garcia, you should be unmuted and should be able to speak.
You're muted now. Let's unmute you again. Okay, you may want to take out your headphones. It may be an issue, so unplug perhaps it from the computer and you may be able to use the mic that way. Can you
hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Patty Avila Garcia. I'm with Community Water Center. Just first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the adoption of the fund expenditure plan for 2020-2021. We sincerely appreciate the board's work on the meaningful implementation of the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. We do still have some feedback that we'd like to provide today. First, we do appreciate the support expressed in the updated plan and the comments for using the current metric of the 1.5% median household income as an interim affordability threshold or for systems that have insufficient data available. We do look forward to working on more community-friendly affordability metrics over the next few months. And then we do want to re-emphasize our desire to see a solutions list for the state's small water systems and domestic well communities and encourage the board to use current available data for this purpose. We have submitted a list of state small water systems and local systems for consideration along with our comments. And on a separate note, we noticed interim solutions totals in the plan are for water systems serving populations of less than 1,000. And we're curious to understand what the plan is for providing interim drinking water relief for any communities that might be just above that population threshold. And then in regards to the coordination of the SAFER program with other programs like the Basin Plan Amendment, we still aren't seeing a clear plan for how these two programs will be coordinated. So we would appreciate keeping this conversation on how this will be coordinated as an ongoing conversation. And we are encouraged by the language added regarding the proactive approach to obtaining applications and reaching out to communities directly to make sure that folks know that this fund is available and know how to apply. And we would like to see a little bit more of a clear plan as to what this could look like, but we think this is a good start in including it in the plan, and appreciate the addition. And finally, we see systems that aren't on the solutions list that we would consider to be at risk. For example, the presence of coliform bacteria like E. coli is indicative of risk and vulnerability, and especially in these very small systems. And we noticed some systems weren't included in the at-risk list for that reason that was pointed out to us. So we would like for you all to consider how those systems are making it onto the list, and we would like and appreciate to follow up and continue the conversation about those criteria. And that's all I have to say for this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and we look forward to continuing to work with the board and staff to make sure that all Californians have access to safe drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Avila Garcia. I would just, on the interim solutions kind of cut off at 1,000, Joe or staff can chime in, but I don't think it's, as I understand it, a completely hard cutoff, and I'm sure there's some flexibility there if you're like 1,001 or 1,002. I don't know to what extent, but I think it would be a case by case. But I think there is some flexibility there. And Joe, if that's not the case, you can hop on and tell me that I'm wrong. So.
Yeah, I would never tell you you're wrong.
Oh, really? Wow.
I'd put it more politely, probably. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I'll have to look. I don't think we made it a hard and fast rule, but we also have other sources of funding as well. I mean, there gets to be kind of this practical issue when you get to larger community sizes of providing interim solutions on a large scale. And then, you know, the other thing, the other issue we are looking at is when you add up, if we were to provide interim replacement water like bottled water to every single system that's out of compliance and the ones that, you know, have exceedances of the previous hexavalent chromium MCL, it would be like twice as much as the amount of funding we're getting per year. So part of it is a practical issue. Really, it's not to say that people in larger communities don't deserve access to an interim solution. It's just, you know, at a certain point, we have to kind of prioritize. But you're correct. If there's a community that's a little above that, and there's a practical way of delivering an interim solution to that community, then we'll figure out how to do that.
Great, thank you, Joe. And again,
sure.
Important to note that we're talking about the expenditure plan here for the Safe and Affordable Fund, and it's one of many funds amongst the board's tools. And so that there's all, you know, if communities are in need, come to us, and you know we'll go from there. So
right.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And the only I would just actually flag then on the Basin Plan Amendment, CV salts and the need to better coordinate. It is a common theme I think we've heard continued here, and is a good segue then. And thank you again, Ms. Avila Garcia, for your comments. To our next commenter, Ms. Tess Dunham. And so thank you for joining us today, Ms. Dunham. I appreciate your continued collaboration and work in this space as well, which is longstanding and again, isn't just a Safe and Affordable Fund, includes really great work on CV salts and other efforts at the regional board levels, and and share this space, implementation space and the success space for how we move forward. And to the extent that this plan still doesn't have a lot of detail how those things come together, it's because not unlike the Safe and Affordable Plan, these early years, we're building the actual program. So is the case in CV salts. And so I think what we'll see is a continued opportunity to be more intentful and definitive as to how the programs see this shared space and responsibility for so many of these communities. So with that, Ms. Tess Dunham.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. And I tell you, this has been a long time coming for many of us that spent a lot of quality time together working on SB 623, the original genesis, and then to SB 200. A small unknown fact by many of you, but portions of this legislation, and probably this part alone, was written by Laurel while she sat in the Starbucks in Hawaii on vacation with her family, emailing it to me on a July weekend and trying to get everything done. So thank you to Laurel. I know these are definitely parts of the of SB 623 that carried forward. And so she gave up her vacation with her family in order to make sure that this could happen today. So special shout out to Laurel and a couple others on the phone that were such an integral part of making this happen. And that's, of course, Michael Claiborne, and Patty wasn't at Community Water Center there, but of course the Community Water Center folks, and then Gail and Emily and David Corey are following me, and there are many others that are not here with us today, but are still around. And, it was definitely a collaborative effort. And with that collaboration, it really has helped to foster a longer term collaboration, whether it is in CV salts, drinking water, irrigated lands, and other realms. And so it really has been instrumental in many ways. And I really appreciate, Chair Esquivel, your comments with respect to CV salts, because they are both happening in real time, right? We are CV salts notices to comply to the priority nitrate areas went out on May 29th. The management zone groups are meeting and working together and starting to talk about what does that early action plan look like in order to address the nitrate drinking water issues, at least on the interim basis for those priority management zone areas. I know that the number of the self-help and other organizations are involved in those discussions as we develop those early action plans, looking to the State Water Board's Office of Public Participation to assist with the community engagement. Very much appreciate the guidelines that they have provided, which are very helpful, and hope that they can help us, right? We've had conversations, Mr. Claiborne and I have had conversations as how we can try to help continue to foster the collaboration between the organizations to make sure that these programs, the SAFER program and CV SALT, are coordinating and complementing and not duplicating and are not at odds. And I think that is what the goal that we all have in mind. And we look forward to working with everybody as we figure it out in real time via Zoom, since we unfortunately are not able to meet in person to figure some of this out. So thank you. And here today, on behalf of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, overall, we are supportive of the fund expenditure plan, and appreciate that there were comments and language within the plan that addressed and recognized the need to collaborate with CV salts, especially with the small systems and the domestic wells. We definitely see where these programs come together and can work collaboratively and cooperatively with each other. And we look forward to working with everybody as we venture down this road together on a very important priority of making sure everybody has safe drinking water. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you as well, Ms. Dunham. Really appreciate it. And with that, we'll go on to David Corey with the Central Valley Salinity Coalition.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is David Corey. I'm assuming you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you very much. I will be brief. Tess, as always, says everything perfectly, and I endorse and support all of her comments. I just wanted to sort of follow it up a little bit with letting you know that the Central Valley Salinity Coalition and myself certainly are committed to continuing the collaboration we have with the CV Salts program, with the SAFER program, and that's sort of exhibited by all of our involvement in both programs, as well as the Irrigated Lands program, to address the issues in front of us. They're often complicated, but we're making significant progress. I think this first step in the hopefully adoption today of the fund expenditure plan the first year is a good milestone in that. We have a lot of work to do, and we're going to keep working on that and keep working with all of the folks on the phone to make this thing a success. So thank you all. I don't think I need to take any more time unless anyone has any questions.
No questions from me, at least, and just thanks for your continued engagement and discussion around all these, really, again, complex issues, but what I feel incredibly fortunate for is that we do have a lot of solution sets out there. And to Tessa's point, it's about making sure there's not duplication, but I think more importantly, it's about making sure that they're additive to each other and we actually get the most out of the resources and that they benefit from a co-dialogue. And I know that is the commitment and the space we're in. So I do appreciate, Mr. Corey, again, your continued discussion and contributions. So thank you. Next,
thank you.
I'd like to call up Gail Delahunt from the Western Growers Association. Hello, Gail. Good to see you.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see all your lovely faces. I too want to echo thanks to the staff and the clarification in the latest draft. Laurel, it's been a long time coming for this, and sometimes I thought we would never get there. But it has really been an enriching experience for me to work alongside with my environmental justice partners on trying to get drinking water to everybody in California. And so with that, I do also agree with Michael Claiborne's comments and Tess's comments and David Corey's. I feel like we're at a little kumbaya here, realizing that we have a lot of work to do still. And because at the end of the day, what's most important is to get that money out the door in the most efficient, cost-effective manner. And so I'm looking forward to continuing the work with everybody. So those are my comments today, and thank you. It's nice to see you all.
Thank you so much for the supportive comments, Gail. And I do feel it is a little celebrative here, and I think because it is capping off so much of a discussion in this first year of implementation. But I would flag, and I think it's something that we're all well aware, with this economic downturn we're in, even the assumptions of the number of systems that are out of compliance or the number of systems we can assume will be out of compliance, we're really concerned that that's even more exponentially growing, that is, and the resources aren't necessarily there growing with it. And as, again, you look at the economic downturn, I think it's what kind of economic recovery are we going to be moving into? And I think it's programs like this, the Safe and Affordable Fund, that are really ameliorating these generational challenges that we have, but we have to do them now if we're going to have the sort of economic and communities that we want into the future here. And so I know Western Growers, others are completely committed, as we are, to the communities and that long-term viability of them to serve clean and safe drinking water, but more importantly, to thrive as communities, because absent that, it's not, I don't see too many communities being invested in that don't, provide clean, safe drinking water or access to sanitation. So anyway, just thank you. It is, we need to be celebrated, and then we're going to need that camaraderie and that collaboration, because again, I think the months ahead are going to be particularly challenging, and just appreciate the continued spirit that we all continue to have here to be successful together and to make sure that we are getting the most out of the various efforts, whether it's CV Salts or the Safe and Affordable Fund or our state revolving fund, or again, these various tools. And anyway, thank you. Just thank you, Gail. Really appreciate it.
All right. And we will continue to work for general fund monies from the state of California when they're available. We're also working on the federal level to get some more money on the federal level for drinking water for this state. So those efforts are not going to stop.
And thank you for flagging those. Actually, I have been, and for those of you that haven't noticed, there have been a number of letters that the coalition, many of those that you've heard from here, Community Water Center, particularly Association of California Water Agencies, but also the ag groups, to make better, a larger request on the federal side for dollars. And so we appreciate that work. Again, it's all this combined effort that's going to make us successful. And just thank you. Next, we have Emily Rooney from the Agricultural Council of California. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I share everybody's enthusiasm today. We've come to quite the milestone, and I'm very encouraged by the progress we've made to get to this point. So thank you for the few minutes to comment. I really wanted to just sort of put a finer point on some of the comments that board member McGuire started to touch on, really around the sort of, I'll call it the fiscal status of the fund. We submitted comments, and I reviewed actually the staff response to that. One of the comments we brought up was the status of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and the staff response to that was basically citing the outside, I'll call it the outside budget process. And we are anticipating a reduced greenhouse gas reduction fund this year. And so I guess I'm requesting sort of a deeper conversation around what that looks like and how it impacts the program. I recognize we all have colleagues that are actually working in the Capitol on budget situations every single year. But I'm a little concerned about waiting for that budget conversation to happen, just because it's so critical to the activities and the plans that we're trying to undertake here. I was encouraged by Mr. Karkowski's comments that the board will be revisiting this issue in September. So I guess I'm requesting that we have a more robust conversation around this topic at a future advisory committee, hopefully before the September board meeting, so we can talk about basically impacts on the program, what we know and don't know about the status of GGRF, and maybe if we need to even start developing a plan B or something else, we could really start thinking about those sort of tough challenges that are really right in front of us right now. I just feel like this would help with planning purposes, making better decisions. And I guess, I prefer a eyes wide open approach when it comes to this potentially pretty serious issue. So just a request for some thought development around that and how we plan to execute under a changing variable greenhouse gas reduction fund. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rooney. As I'm sure you know, we've had intense conversations already and will continue to need to have them. Because of the uncertainty, we certainly saw the last auction. We'll see then what the next auction will bring. What I would flag as well, though, it isn't just this greenhouse gas reduction fund program. It is an impact on the totality of that work, which is greater than us and part of a larger conversation. So we're sort of nested in that conversation, I'll say. So it is important for us to know our own program and say, okay, what will we do different? At this point, there is no indication that we're going to, we'll be working to figure it out. And I just appreciate that we have the commitment from outside stakeholders to help us then figure that out as well. I think the opportune issue is just when best to have more of a public discussion, because if we don't have answers and it's still more subject to what is, again, a bigger issue when it comes to the greenhouse gas reduction fund and what happens to the programs, many really critical programs, not just a safe and affordable program that is just added last year, but everything else up there. How do we work that out? It will kind of be part of that larger discussion, and the advisory committee probably won't be able to come up with the solutions for that. But again, we can at least start to give some thought as to how we might change the program, but we're not spending too much time right now having a plan B. Though, I think, again, it's a balance of how do we be prepared for when the moment comes. And I think in the next couple of months, we'll have that space. I think the advisory committee should definitely understand where our thinking is and what we're starting to see. And I think it'll be a matter of, I think, timing on when best to elevate that discussion. Again, recognizing that it is a bigger challenge for the state of California generally, what it means now that we've had these dramatic reductions in the greenhouse gas reduction fund. And look forward to the continued leadership of the legislature, the governor's office, and all of our stakeholders, which has provided us these opportunities here, and we'll do well by them to make sure that we're prepared to manage the program as we need to, given whatever changing circumstance is going to be coming. And so just thank you. Next, we have Crystal Gonzalez from the Clean Water Action, and from Clean Water Action rather. And just flag, this is our last public comment.
Yeah, good afternoon, Water Board Chair and members. We appreciate the board's work in addressing our comments on the draft fund expenditure plan and the meaningful implementation of Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. Thank you for including language to address community engagement and capacity building as one of the categories of performance metrics that will be developed as the program is implemented. That was definitely great to see. One suggestion or something we noted, however, is that the document does not include how SAFER will coordinate with other state and regional board programs such as SGMA and CV SALTS in terms of the investments in community engagement and technical assistance. This is a big investment, and we should do our best to maximize, the effort and the return. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to provide comment, and I look forward to learning more and engaging more in these efforts and advocating for safe drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Gonzalez. And duly noted on wanting to make sure that, particularly on the outreach components, the good work that the Office of Public Participation has done to develop a guide for CV salts implementation and public outreach lends itself to also a desire I know out there around Sigma and, to your point, CV salt and other efforts, including the Safe Drinking Water Program, obviously, to just make sure that we're providing a base foundation throughout our programs as state agencies, especially these discussions that touch so much of the same space, CV salts, safe and affordable, Sigma, et cetera. So thank you. I appreciate that flag and the comments, and look forward to additional work with you and all the great commenters that we've had today on the item. I don't have, I think, too much more to add other than just incredible thanks to my fellow colleagues on the board and certainly my fellow colleagues in the program and all the stakeholders. Very fortunate for this opportunity, this moment. So much more work ahead, and look forward then to the iteration that will happen on this expenditure plan. Not unlike, I would flag, that happens for our state revolving fund, which is also this big financial tool that the board has that it uses to accomplish this goal of safe drinking water in the state of California, amongst others. And so we do these regular check-ins, we have these processes, and we hope that people continue to find them accessible. And certainly, if they have things that they feel we need to know as we're implementing, we're here to listen and hear and adapt. So just wanted to thank again everybody, and don't have much further to add, but kick it over to my fellow board members for additional comment. And it looks like Vice Chair, you're unmuted, so I'll pick on you first.
Thank you. And I hesitate to chime in, but I just can't help myself. This is, as pretty much everyone has said, this is a significant milestone, not just for this plan, and this year, but also for the collaboration, the exciting collaboration that now exists. And I think it's just worth noting at this time in our country where we see such incredible conflict and a lack of willingness to understand and take an opportunity to understand a different perspective. All of you need to be complimented that you have done that. You've taken the time, not just today, but through many, many hours of meetings and frustrating moments, you've taken the opportunity to understand the perspective of someone that was on the other side of the table. And so now we're here today, and it's just thrilling to hear the expression of commitment to ongoing collaboration, not just on this very important program, but to the other programs that overlap in some way, CV salts, irrigated lands, Sigma. I'm thinking, the dairy order that we'll be working on, and maybe updates on other irrigated lands programs, healthy soils, the list goes on and on. And I will always look back on my career to this moment and being able to participate in some small way in this shift in thinking, as much as I did on the air board. Very similar situation where the disadvantaged communities that were suffering from air quality impacts and just didn't feel that their voices were being heard. And that turnaround that we saw in the collaboration between disadvantaged communities and the dischargers, so to speak, those that were impacting air quality, and seeing something similar here. And so we can really do it in California, and hopefully other states will follow. And another parallel that I also see is this joint effort on funding, not just at the state level, but at the federal level. And I know on the air quality side, they were taking, once they all decided there was a way to roll up their sleeves and get along and work together, they were taking joint, trips that they'd organize to Washington each year. And so once COVID is over, hopefully you'll be traveling together and spreading the word, seeking funding and spreading the word to others. So thank you and congratulations, everyone. I know there's still a lot more work to do. It's not over, but it's nice to take this celebratory moment.
You're here, Vice Chair. Thank you. Other board members?
I'll just again say thank you to everyone and echo the comments. I don't think I need to repeat everything that's just been said. Um, but I really I'm happy to be here and to be part of this today, because I completely agree. This is a very significant moment for California. And while lots remains in terms of work to be done here in this space, this opens so many doors. And I'm just thinking back to my career, you know, as an engineer and a water consultant, and working with many communities that struggled to identify sources of funding to pay for necessary programs. And now this new tool in the toolbox is available, along with so many others that we now have at the board. So it really is a transformational moment, you know, to have SB 200, to have that available. So, and that's, you know, part of the reason I am so concerned about if things don't go as planned, and just given the uncertainty in this world that we live in today, that we are thinking through what would we do if things don't work that way, and how do we make sure that the funding that is available goes to the right, the folks who need it most. So thank you so much to staff, stakeholders who have engaged on this. And I look forward to working with you in the coming months and years as we, you know, better synergize all these different programs that are available now, and try to fix these incredibly difficult problems that we have in the state for assuring reliable drinking water. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone, would you like to lead us in some final thoughts and what might be a motion after?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'm just going to make a motion for adoption of the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 fund expenditure plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, and the resolution for that adoption.
Second.
And to be clear, that's the version that was circulated over the last few days.
Yes.
And I heard a second. And so Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll?
Most certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
And thank you. And it carries. And congratulations again to all the great work. Committed to a lot more work, but just a moment to just be very thankful. And that the item carries and it's adopted. So thank you, everyone. That leaves us with just one last item, and that's our board member reports. So I would entertain any reports from my fellow board members. I'll do the good work of pulling up my schedule as well. I'll start. It's on, what is it? It looks like June 29th was the first day of our water data symposium. It was a 2-day event that was very well attended, and just want to give incredible thanks to Nick, who's the head of our California Water Quality Monitoring Council, and Greg Gearhart, who's the head of our Office of Information Management and Analysis, for really pulling together, and their incredible staff for pulling together, and I'll have to say all of our external stakeholders, because I know there was quite the process involved and outreach after last year's event to really ensure that we had a community focus in this year's Water Data Symposium, or it's a Water Data Science Symposium. I want to make sure I get it completely right. It wasn't just necessarily on the data, but the science around the data and its analysis at the boards and its various programs and in the state. And so it was an incredible list of speakers and panelists. It still exists, the agenda there. People can refer back to the video and kind of pick and choose amongst the panels. There was a lot of touch points on our water data work on the drinking water side, and the implementation of Safe and Affordable program. There was discussion on HABs, harmful algal blooms. And so just wanted to thank, and so I did a brief opening, got out of the way, because the more important part was the actual community panels and discussion that went on, and was just really impressed by the vibrancy of that. We had a Slack channel. For those of you that don't know what Slack is, it's a platform of which to kind of have message boards, but chats, and you can structure it in different ways so that you have real-time engagement that accompanied some of our videos. And so it was that, even that was a really great component that helped sort of give more of a platform for engagement amongst the participants of the symposium. So just wanted to give a big shout out to staff on that. Just really appreciated the work that went into it, and look forward to next year's engagement, because I think this is a space that will continue to grow. There was a really strong component in discussion around community science as well. And so how do we fill data gaps, particularly in communities most impacted by, say, poor water quality, in ways that allow them to contribute to our better understanding of the challenges they may be facing and how we can provide solution sets to them. So such a, again, vibrant discussion. Feel so fortunate to have done my part, still from this office, as we're all used to conducting all of our work now at this point. But just thank you. And the conversion to a digital platform as well, like so many of our events now, was done very well. And so thank you for it. I don't think I have too much other to flag than another, I think, data event that I participated in, which is, so the state has what's known as AB 1755, and it's the Open Water Data Transparency Act. So the Department of Water Resources leads with and works with us as sister agencies to really implement the spirit of that law. And I was fortunate to participate in a water data consortium. I brought it up earlier, I think in this meeting, that is being stood up. It's a private partner, public-private partnership, essentially, amongst water agencies and academics and funders to help us state agencies have a venue and resources to talk about some of these data issues around water, and how do we become better decision makers with better data and better systems around it. So just feel fortunate to have been invited and participated in that. And just those are the only two big things. Very, very data systems, data heavy couple of weeks, it seems, for me here. So any other board members?
Sure, I'll go. So one of the things I wanted to highlight was that I participated in or listened to the SEHA's July 2nd briefing and rollout of its 2019 Agency Environmental Justice Assessment. And if you haven't already seen the report that was developed and the executive summary in particular, I thought it was extremely helpful and relevant, given, I think, this particular time and awareness around racial disparities, and around thinking about how our role as decision makers can help address some of those or reinforce some of those unintentionally. There's a number of EJ principles, and then that agencies were graded on. I think we should be proud as the Water Board, because we scored, one of the highest. So we got a B+ in the assessment based on our work to prioritize drinking water investments in disadvantaged communities, integration of feedback, and responsiveness to community concerns and requests. So I think that is something we should be proud of, and reflects, much of what we just discussed in the last item. And so I was very inspired by just hearing about the thought that went into thinking about how we continue to address these issues within agency decision making. And I just wanted to highlight that as a useful resource, not just in the assessment of agencies, but in the way that they express principles, and ways that we can think about incorporating those into the work and consideration that we do across our programs. Another thing I wanted to mention is that I think really just flag that I well, actually I'll mention, so I'm the liaison with Region 7 and Region 9, both border regions. And I think it's been, I can't remember if I gave a full update in this, in our last board briefing, board updates, but there has, there is a effort going on to work with EPA and other stakeholders to help direct federal investment in cross-border pollution prevention at the Tijuana River, which I know maybe a year or more ago, we were able to get a tour of that. And in the budget that was adopted, there was funding for a New River project to address and divert flows from around Calexico from across the border. So I think there's some good opportunities and efforts to be able to try to accelerate how those continue to, how we're protecting our state from the impacts of cross-border pollution, particularly in those two areas. And then I think I just wanted to flag that board member Dudak and I are both hearing officers in a water rights proceeding that we're having a pre-hearing conference on Friday. So that is something that I will be focusing on, as well as board member Dudak in the next few months as we move forward in that process.
Great. I'll go. So nothing to report for the last, I think it was 3 weeks since our last board meeting, but I just want to flag one thing. I'm planning to participate or watch tomorrow, actually, which is and this is, we've spent a lot of time here talking about drinking water in these last several board meetings, and which is incredibly important, but also important is climate change. And so the San Francisco Regional Board and BCDC are doing a workshop tomorrow on shoreline adaptation and just being cognizant of sea level rise and kind of, the impending challenges that come with that, and thinking creatively about ways to fund, various types of projects to protect habitat, wetlands, green infrastructure, how do we, in our communities, how do we put all those things together in a way that helps us prepare for perhaps the inevitable and some level of sea level rise. I was partially inspired because of the news, I think it was a couple days ago, over the 4th of July weekend, about Newport Beach. They had a high surf and high tide coincident, which flooded portions of the lower lying portions of the beach area there, and some of the homes and businesses in that area, and caused some damage. So this is happening now. I mean, these are things that were relatively unheard of, I think, in the past, especially now, given there's really no inclement weather going on. There was really very little to explain that phenomenon. So perhaps that's just the randomness of Mother Nature. Perhaps there's some combination of factors, and climate change is a part of that. So I'll report back to you after. And I know board member Dodak is the liaison to the San Francisco Regional Board, and she's not here today, so I'm speaking up for her. Hopefully she'll be able to watch that as well. So, and then since you, Laurel, since you mentioned you're a hearing officer for a water right proceeding, I too am one for Amador Water Agency for a state filing, and I believe the notice will be going out on that fairly soon. So that hearing will be in a few months, but that is coming up as well. So just to get that on your radar. Thanks.
The only thing that I have to add is that yesterday we had the chairs meeting. We have monthly calls, and yesterday there was an extended period of time. Chair Esquivel, you were in the entire session, so I'm just doing this more to flag it more than anything, because I saw that you didn't mention it. But the focus of this 2-hour discussion, instead of our normal just sort of check-in, was entirely related to homelessness issues, and having a discussion from all of the regions really led as a result of a framework document that James Knockbauer and others spent some time on, collecting information from the various regions as to their current approaches and interests in addressing and mitigating water quality impacts as a result of homelessness. And Chair Esquivel, I think you did a really good job setting the tone that, of course, the idea here is to gather information from the regions and see what can be done to pull together the tools that could be used. And then also Phil Wiles did a good job talking through existing authorities, and then sort of teeing that up for further conversations with the administration, of course, because these issues are really driven more so in terms of the societal issues. And so just wanting to make sure that we coordinate with the administration. I participated in half of the discussion, and then Board Member Firestone the other half. So that's all I'll say, because I wasn't involved in the second half, and I do expect that we'll be hearing back from staff. And so Chair Esquivel, I don't know if you have anything to add, since you were running the discussion, but I do appreciate that we had the discussion, and also just think that this is another sign that we're really evolving in our relationship with the regional boards. Better coordination, collaboration, improved opportunities for not just check-ins, but more in-depth discussions. And I think that we're a better water boards collectively as a result of these opportunities.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That was kind of you to bring up the meeting and my involvement. I wouldn't say I necessarily ran the meeting. They more ran, usually me, but I try to do my best to keep a cogent discussion amongst us. I appreciate, again, the flag. I think it's one of those issues that's out there that's really important, and many of the regions are doing different things, and it's important for us to stay focused and understand amongst the 9 regions what are the different ways that the programs are adapting, and whether it's trash policies in Southern California and the tide encampments there, or the water quality impacts we see, just getting a better sense. This is also, it was 2 years ago now that the Water Quality Coordinating Committee, which is just all of us regional water quality control board members and state water board members, all the boards, yearly meeting to discuss various topics, and the issue of homelessness, those experiencing homelessness, and particularly what the local solutions that we're driving at the time. Particularly Mayor Faulkner came and spoke to us, and he continues to be a leader in many of the local discussions on how to best address this challenge, knowing that the State Water Board isn't going to solve homelessness or those experiencing homelessness, but we have a component, and better defining for ourselves what that is, understanding it, crystallizing it, can make us more effective in what is a statewide response at this point, and a very big priority of this administration. So it was a space to incubate. It's at the very beginning of some of what can be maybe more a public discussion at some point, but I think it's a really critical one. And to your point, Vice Chair, we're needing to continue to create these spaces for the regional board chairs, but also the regional board members themselves to, not just have a once a year check-in on WQCC at the Water Quality Coordinating Committee, but having more of a sort of an ongoing space and dialogue and sense of ourselves, because the 60 plus of us are a community of individual leaders that have been selected by the governor, approved by the Senate, and again, an incredible resourcing community that I think is underutilized. And I want to continue to make sure that we're being mindful and providing these spaces and opportunities to incubate, to think, to do best of what is a complicated set of challenges and circumstances that all the regional water quality control boards face, and the state board there with them as well. So thank you, I appreciate that. And and on that, again, the issue of those experiencing homelessness, we'll have careful opportunities, or just opportunities generally to bring it up and think further on that. And so thank you. I know that it's of interest to other board members here as well. Unfortunately, Board Member Doda is unable to join us today, but I know she, as well as liaison for the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, which has been doing a lot of these softer non-regulatory activities, but actually adding it to a lot of important discussions as to how, and I think it's a more appropriate space for the board. I think some of that came out of our conversation is a facilitation position where we're helping local leaders, do the right thing and consider maybe certain aspects of water quality impacts or work that we have expertise on that they may not, but we can contribute to a discussion around. So again, incredible issue that this administration has made a priority, and I think the boards is just trying to do right by that work and figure out where our space is. So just really appreciate that. That I think concludes our board member reports, unless there's anything further folks wanted to add, which means we've come to the conclusion of today's board meeting, and we are at 2:20, so not too bad. That's and significant decisions made today and votes, and just appreciate everyone's engagement, discussion here on the platform, and for those of you just streaming, really appreciate just this space. So thank you. Anything further I've left off that need to flag, Mr. Laufer or others?
Nothing for me.
Hearing none, then this meeting is now adjourned and officially ended. And just thank you again. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.